substantive regulations. The administrative record for the proceeding has been filed. That includes the application, and that's available on the NMED website. At this point, let's go to appearances by counsel and others. Who appears for the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Hearing Officer, my name is Michael Cadigan. I represent Universal Waste Services Incorporated. And with me today is our technical expert, Scott McKittrick from Souter Miller and Associates, and Attorney Byers, who's with Universal Waste.
Okay, and for the Bureau?
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Officer. Tatiana Engelman here for the New Mexico Environment Department. And here with me to my right is James Dyer, and to my left is Danielle Barardelli, and they will be the witnesses for the department today.
Okay. Are there any other appearances?
Your Honor.
Or otherwise? Yes.
Your Honor, my name is Nicholas Ray Maxwell. I entered my appearance into this matter and I am appearing today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maxwell. We're going to start the hearing by the presentation of technical testimony, but we will be allowing public comment and testimony at various points throughout the proceeding. If you would like to make an oral public comment, please sign up on the sign-up sheet that is outside the door to the hearing room. And if you would like to make a comment through WebEx, please send a chat to the person who's operating the WebEx today, who is William Hart. He should be showing up on the WebEx. His name should be on the WebEx platform. If you'll send him a chat, he'll write your name down, and when we get to public comment, we'll call on you. My intent would be to have the first part of public comments around late morning or over the noon hour, depending on how the technical testimony is going. If we're done with the technical testimony, we'll have it after that. If not, we'll do it somewhere right before or after the noon hour. And then my intent would be to have another public comment and testimony session after the technical testimony is presented. You can also make comments in writing. And if you have comments, you can write those and either submit them here in writing to me at the hearing, or there is a drop-down box on the NMED website for this proceeding under docketed matters, NMED secretary, and the name of this case, which is Broadway Transfer Station. You can insert a written comment in the drop-down box on the NMED website. The hearing obviously is being recorded on WebEx. So there will be a WebEx recording of the proceeding that will be available after the hearing. And in addition, the hearing is going to be transcribed by Ms. Kendra Tellis, who is a court reporter and sitting to my right. So with that, Mr. Cadigan, you may proceed to call your witnesses. You can call them individually or as a panel. We'll then have cross-examination from members of the public, and then cross-examination from NMED.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Hearing Officer, do you have a copy of the pre-filed notice of intent to present technical testimony? I have a copy for you.
No, I have a copy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hearing Officer. On behalf of Universal Waste Systems Incorporated, we would like to call Scott McKittrick, but one housekeeping matter. We would like to reserve time for rebuttal testimony in accordance with Rule 20.1.400 A to F, depending on what the public questions are.
Yeah, my intent would be to go through the direct testimony of both parties who submitted technical testimony, and then ask each party if they have rebuttal at the end of the presentation of direct testimony.
All right. Universal Waste would call Scott McKittrick. Shall he be sworn in?
Yes, but would you swear?
You solemnly swear one thing, which is true, you're about to bring over the truth and the truth, nothing but the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. McKittrick, good morning. We're going to have to share this microphone,
Yes.
so try to get close there. Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Scott McKittrick.
And how are you employed?
I am a principal scientist and environmental technical sector director for Souter, Miller and Associates.
What professional degrees do you hold?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in geological engineering from the Colorado School of Mines and a Master of Science degree in geology from New Mexico Tech.
And what professional licenses do you hold?
I'm a professional geologist.
Could you briefly describe your experience in solid waste permitting?
I've prepared solid waste permit applications for numerous transfer stations and landfill facilities over the last 15 years or so.
All right, sir. And let me show you what has been pre-filed as Exhibit A to Universal Waste's Notice of Intent to Present Technical Testimony. Is that your resume?
It is.
And is it true and accurate, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what was your role in the permit application that we hear about today?
I was the person who did oversight of the permit application preparation, and so it was prepared under my direct supervision.
All right, sir. And if you could take a look, please, at UWS Exhibit C. Is this your written direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are the answers to the questions in Exhibit C the answers that you would give if they were asked in person here today?
Yes, they are.
And are all of the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Right. And then if you could take a look at UWS Exhibit E, which is labeled as your summary of your testimony.
Yes.
Is Exhibit E a summary of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And is Exhibit E true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
All right. Mr. Hearing Officer, we would offer Exhibit A, C, and E.
Are there any objections?
Your Honor, this is Nicholas Maxwell. I object.
Okay, Mr. Maxwell, do you have a basis for the objection?
The basis for the objection are the exhibits are labeled with letters rather than numbers, which is contrary to New Mexico Administrative Code 20.1.4.400B, subsection 3, which states that each exhibit offered in evidence shall be marked with a designation identifying the person by whom the exhibit is offered and shall be numbered serially in the sequence in which offered. The exhibits offered are labeled by letters, which contradicts this. I had notified party within 30 minutes after them filing this technical testimony weeks ago, and despite my efforts to get this resolved, it wasn't. This also violates your orders, hearing officer, in paragraph 2. And that's what I would state as my basis.
Okay, Mr. Cadigan, do you have a response?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Hearing Officer, first, they are lettered in order in typical fashion to differentiate them from the Environment Department's exhibits, which are numbered for ease of use. Secondly, they are numerically numbered. They are E123, B123, et cetera. Thirdly, that is in substantial compliance with the regulations. Fourthly, when it says numbered, I think that the intent of that of that regulation was that they be in an order that is numerical, and simply having letter designations does not frustrate that purpose. Again, we typically in these hearings number them or use letters rather than numbers to differentiate them from the Environment Department, which uses numbers typically.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection on the basis that the lettering with the page numbers substantially complies with the requirement in the rule. You may proceed.
And so shall those exhibits be admitted, Mr. Harris?
They will be admitted subject to cross-examination.
All Mr. McKittrick, have you reviewed the final permit application,
Yes, I have.
volumes 1 and 2 that are here before us today?
Yes.
Does the permit application comply with the standards set forth in the New Mexico Environment Department regulations?
Yes,
Right? And are those the regulations for a solid waste facility, including a transfer station?
correct.
All right. What is the location of this facility?
It's located at 5520 Broadway Boulevard Southeast in Albuquerque.
And what is the zoning of the facility?
Property is zoned M1, which is light industrial with an approved special use permit for solid waste transfer station.
Are there any conditions remaining unfulfilled for the conditional use permit from Bernalillo County?
Yes, conditions that remain to be fulfilled include issuance of the driveway permit by the New Mexico Department of Transportation, which is expected to be completed soon, and submittal of a revised site development plan that shows the planned landscaping at the facility.
And what's the status of the landscape plan?
It is completed and it's just a matter of getting it onto a plan and getting it submitted to the county.
All right. And let me show you what I've marked for identification only as Exhibit G.
Yes.
Is this, can you tell the hearing officer what is Exhibit G?
Exhibit G shows the planned modifications to the roadway along Broadway adjacent to the Universal Waste Systems Broadway Transfer Station. And this was submitted as part of, submitted to the Mexico Department of Transportation as part of the driveway permit application.
Mr. Hearing Officer, this Exhibit G was prepared and discussed with the New Mexico Department of Transportation after the close of time for technical testimony, but we would offer Exhibit G.
Any objections to Exhibit G?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Maxwell, yes. You have an objection?
I offer the exact same objection, and I wish that to be recorded in the record. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection and we'll proceed.
Mr. McKittrick, could you just briefly describe what Exhibit G shows with regard to improvements that Universal Waste will make to Broadway Boulevard?
Yes, so on Broadway Boulevard, in the southbound direction, there's going to be a turn lane, which will allow vehicles entering the facility to not impede traffic. So there'll still be 2 lanes of traffic southbound with a turn lane for a left turn into the facility. It also includes, on the northbound direction, a deceleration lane to the south of the driveway to the Broadway transfer station to allow cars or vehicles to move out of the 2 lanes of traffic and turn into the facility. It also includes an acceleration lane to the north of the driveway along Broadway in the northbound direction to allow traffic to move into traffic at speed on Broadway Boulevard.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McKittrick. Are there any permanent residences near the facility?
To my knowledge, the nearest one is about 2/3 of a mile.
Does the application contain a closure and post-closure plan?
Yes, it does.
Could you describe the post-closure plan?
The plan describes how the facility will be closed at the cessation of operations and also a projected post-closure use of the facility. Closure will include removal of all solid waste, testing of soil and groundwater if required by the New Mexico Environment Department. Facility is projected to be reused by a business consistent with the design of the facility and the zoning requirements for the facility.
Very well. And does the application have a provision to ensure the post-closure plan is paid for?
Yes, Soudermiller and Associates prepared a closure cost estimate for a third party to complete closure of the facility. Cost estimate is just over $84,000, and Universal Waste Systems posted a financial guarantee bond to the New Mexico Environment Department for that amount.
Right. And so does the post-closure plan comply with the New Mexico Environment Department Solid Waste Bureau regulations for transfer station?
Yes,
Right. Have you reviewed the facility management plan?
yes,
Does it comply with the Solid Waste Act and regulations?
yes, it does.
In your professional opinion, as a professional geologist and with experience in permitting solid waste facilities around New Mexico, does the Universal Waste application comply with the Solid Waste Act?
Yes,
And so at this time, I would offer his testimony, Exhibit A. I think I've already done that. Exhibit G has already been offered. I have no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
I see. I'm sorry, what about E? Have you mentioned E?
Oh,
or-
E, yes, and we would offer Exhibit E, which was a summary, yes, of his testimony.
Okay, well, again, I believe those were admitted.
Yes.
Yeah, they've already been admitted, subject to cross-examination. So we'll leave it at that. Do we have any, you've concluded your questioning, Mr. McKittrick?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. We go to cross-examination. Does Mr. Maxwell have any questions of Mr. McKittrick?
Mr. McKendrick, will there be stormwater runoff from the facility?
The facility the facility has been designed to keep all stormwater on site in a stormwater retention basin.
Does stormwater runoff flow northward? Gradient?
No,
Which direction does it flow?
the site generally slopes higher to the east, lower to the west.
Thank you. No further questions.
Does the Bureau have any cross-examination for this witness?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. Cadigan?
Nothing from Universal Waste. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, I will admit exhibits A, C, E, G has already been admitted, and Mr. McKittrick, you're excused
Thank you.
for purposes of your direct examination.
Mr. Hearing Officer, at this time, Universal Waste would call Ernie Byers. You can stay right there. That's
So,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and the guilty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Byers, would you state your full name, please?
Ernest Byers.
Can folks hear him online?
I can hear him, online.
Maybe I'll hand it back and forth for the folks online. Sorry, Mr. Byers, could you state your full name?
Ernest Byers.
What is your occupation?
I am the general manager for Universal Waste Systems, New Mexico.
Could you describe your experience in the solid waste industry?
Yes, in 1978 to 2006, I owned a equipment, truck, repair and sales business that primarily concentrated on the solid waste industry. From 1990 to 2006, I had a hauling company, New Mexico Disposal. And I was a former owner and CEO of that. And from 2006 to 2016, I was doing consulting for governmentals and private concerns in the industry throughout the state.
And what is your role with Universal Waste New Mexico now?
I am the general manager. I also have former certifications in landfill operations, transfer station operations, and recycling and diversion.
Could you take a look at Exhibit B, which is your resume, please? Is this your resume?
Yes,
And is it accurate? We would offer Exhibit B subject to cross-examination.
Okay, it'll be admitted subject to cross.
Mr. Byers, could you take a look at Exhibit D as in dog? Is this your written direct testimony?
yes, it is.
Are the answers to the questions written here the answers you would give if I asked those questions here today?
Yes,
Are all of the answers to these questions true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
Take a look, and we would offer Exhibit D as in dog, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Any objections to Exhibit D? I forgot to ask for objections to B. So if there are any objections to B or D, please state them now.
Mr. Maxwell. And for the same reasons I gave earlier, due to what I believe to be unfair to me, I object to both of these. Thank you.
And the objection is overruled for the same reasons as the prior objection. They'll be admitted subject to cross.
Mr. Byers, I'm going to show you Exhibit F as in Frank. Is this the summary of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Is all of the information contained in Exhibit F true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I'd offer Exhibit F.
Any objections to Exhibit F?
Mr. Maxwell also objects to Exhibit F for the same reasons. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and objection is overruled for the same reasons as previously stated. So it'll be admitted subject to cross.
Mr. Byers, would you describe the operations that will occur at the transfer station if the permit is granted?
Yes. The facility will be open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. It'll accept municipal solid waste only from NMED registered haulers. There'll be a metal transfer station building set up on 8.66 acres. It's completely fenced and will be locked when it's not in operation. The transfer station will accept up to 1,200 tons per day of municipal solid waste with an average of 800 tons per day. The MSW will be transported from the transfer station by NMED registered haulers only in enclosed or tarred collection vehicles and or containers. The transfer station will not be open for public use for waste disposal. All trucks will be weighed in, logged, screened, offloaded onto the facility's tipping floor, loaded into a transfer trailer, hauled to a permitted landfill, including Cerro, Colorado, and Sandoval County landfill. The Broadway transfer station will add up to 40 jobs with full benefits with 401k.
Will hazardous wastes be accepted?
No.
What will Universal Waste do if a truck comes with hazardous waste?
If prohibited or unauthorized waste is discovered, it'll be contained, removed immediately.
How does Universal Waste inspect loads to make sure no illegal waste is included?
All loads are visually inspected as they enter. 1 out of every 10 trucks coming into the facility will be carefully inspected by a trained inspector after the trash is dumped on the tipping floor.
What provisions will be made to avoid blowing trash?
All loads will be properly tarped and the facility will have windscreens and roll-up doors that can be closed at night.
And what will Universal Waste do to prevent blowing dust?
All the roads to the facility and within the facility itself are paved.
What routes will the transfer trucks take to and from the transfer station?
The semi-transfer trucks with MSW leaving the transfer station will turn right onto Broadway, then proceed north to Rio Bravo, then turn west on Rio Bravo to Dennis Chavez, to Central to the Cerro landfill. An alternate route would be to either landfill would take Broadway north to Rio Bravo, east to I-25, then on to I-40.
Mr. Byers, the New Mexico Environment Department has suggested certain permit conditions in their pre-filed technical testimony. Does Universal Waste agree to the permit conditions proposed by the New Mexico Environment Department in their sworn testimony?
Yes.
Will Universal Waste restrict its operations to accepting municipal solid waste only?
Yes.
Is the proposed facility in compliance with New Mexico Environment Department regulations for transfer stations?
Yes.
How will the facility protect against contamination of soil and groundwater?
All the areas where trash is deposited is on concrete. Any water or fluids that are collected will go into a tank that gets pumped out and disposed of as required by law.
What what mechanisms are in place for fire suppression?
There is an on-site 10,000-gallon water storage tank. The facility will have fire suppression sprinklers installed inside the building. Fire extinguishers will be installed throughout the facility and on the heavy equipment used to move the waste into the transport trailer and in the semi trucks.
What is the per day ton capacity that UWS seeks in this permit matter?
1,200 tons per day.
And where does most of the waste that will come to the transfer station come from?
Generally within 15 miles of the proposed site.
Can you describe where other transfer stations are located in Bernalillo County?
Eagle Rock is near La Cueva in the North Valley of Albuquerque. Don Reservoir is, I think, on 98th Street in the west side of Albuquerque. Montesa is near the airport. The East Mountain Transfer Station is in Tijeras. And there's another one in northwest Albuquerque that belongs to Stericycle.
Can Universal Waste use these other transfer stations?
No, there's not any other permitted transfer stations in Bernalillo County area that can accept loads from commercial solid waste haulers.
How far is the proposed site to the nearest neighborhood?
It's approximately 7.9 miles east of the nearest neighborhood. And from our property line, it's 6.4.
Let me correct you. Do you mean 0.79 miles
Yes, correct.
and 0.64 miles?
Correct.
From what direction do prevailing winds blow across the facility?
Prevailing winds blow from the southwest to the northeast towards the airport and away from the neighborhoods.
Has Universal Waste consulted with the New Mexico Department of Transportation on traffic issues?
Yes, we met with DOT numerous times. Potential impacts of traffic to and from the facility will be addressed in the DOT permit.
I want to ask you about the effects of it on emissions. Could you tell us what is the effect on the total amount of emissions of having a transfer station?
Typically, it reduces trips to the landfill by 2/3. It reduces collection trips by 1/3. Reduces road segregation due to fewer trucks and trips on the roads and to the landfill. Reduces traffic volume on the roads to the land.
Are the vehicles used by Universal Waste subject to federal Clean Air Act standards?
Yes, they are.
And if this transfer station is not constructed, where will the trucks take the waste?
They will have to direct haul to the landfills.
Could you describe what community outreach Universal Waste engaged in beyond what was required by the New Mexico Environment Department regulations?
I personally met with the surrounding businesses, responded to a number of questions via email from the Mountain View Neighborhood Association. Our attorney, Mr. Cadigan, spent time on the phone in conversation with the president of Mountain View Neighborhood Association. On April 17th, the UWS team, including myself, Reagan Vaughn, who's governmental affairs, Mr. McKendrick with SMA, and Mr. Cadigan, the attorney, all attended the board meeting to answer questions regarding the transfer station.
All right. And I think I've already offered the exhibit, so I won't do that again. Thank you.
We have cross-examination from parties other than the Solid Waste Bureau.
Your Honor, Mr. Maxwell, here I have a few.
Okay, proceed.
I would like to know, how close is the nearest school to the proposed facility?
I do not know that.
Do you know if there's one within 2 miles of the facility?
I do believe there's one within 2 miles, so
Do you know the name of that school?
I do not.
I'd like to know if
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Maxwell?
I'd like to know if there were questions from the Mountain View Neighborhood Association which were unanswered when asked.
Not to my knowledge.
That's all for my questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Does the Bureau have any cross-examination of this witness?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Officer, we have no other witnesses. Thank you.
Okay. With that, just for the record, the applicants exhibits A through G have been admitted. And with that, that concludes the applicant's presentation of direct evidence. We will go to the Solid Waste Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. New Mexico Environment Department calls James Dyer.
solemnly swear or affirm to swear or not to be able to perjury.
I do.
Good morning. Will you please state your full name?
My name is James Dyer.
And what is your current job title?
My current job title is a Water Resource Professional 4 for the Office of the Natural Resource Trustee.
And when did you begin this position?
I began that position in June of 2023.
And what did you do before you began working at the Office of the Natural Resources Trustee?
I was a hydrologist and a Water Resources Professional 3 for the Solid Waste Bureau for the New Mexico Environmental Department.
And how long were you in that position?
I was part of the permit section within the Solid Waste Bureau for approximately 15 years.
And what were your typical duties when you worked for the Solid Waste Bureau?
I reviewed solid waste facility permit applications that include transfer station, landfill, and infectious waste permits. I reviewed environmental monitoring reports that are associated with those permits. And I also reviewed landfill closure and post-closure reports, and additionally groundwater, methane, and leachate monitoring reports.
Did you submit a pre-filed resume that contained your education and professional qualifications as NMED Exhibit 2?
Yes, I did.
And does that resume fairly and accurately represent all your education and professional qualifications?
Yes.
And what are those educational and professional qualifications?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Science from the University of New Mexico. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration from the University of New Mexico. And I have a Master's of Water Resources from the University of New Mexico.
And did you submit pre-filed written technical testimony in this matter as NMED Exhibit 1?
Yes, I did.
And does that written technical testimony fairly and accurately represent what your answers would be to questions if I asked them today?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt that written testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please provide us with a brief summary of that testimony?
Sure. My testimony summarizes the review of disclosure statements submitted by the applicant, the Solid Waste Bureau's determination that the application was administratively complete, the Solid Waste Bureau's proposed permit conditions, the review of Volume 1 of the application, review of the individual plans in Volume 2, which included operations and maintenance plan, the contingency plan, the closure post-closure care plan, the transportation plan, the waste screening plan and personal training program, the siting criteria, land use and zoning, and financial assurance for regulatory compliance with the Solid Waste Act and solid waste rules.
Regarding the permit issuance authority and the permit review process, can you please describe the department's permit issuance authority?
You bet. The New Mexico Environmental Department Secretary is authorized by the Solid Waste Act to issue the permit with conditions, or deny permits for new and existing solid waste facilities based on information submitted in a permit application and relevant information received during the public hearing. The solid waste rules identify a transfer station as a solid waste facility, which pursuant to the Solid Waste Act requires a permit. The Broadway transfer station meets the definition of a transfer station, as it is a facility managed for the collection and accumulation of solid waste with a operation weight of greater than 240 cubic yards per day on a monthly average. The Solid Waste Act authorized the Secretary to issue permits and approve modifications to the existing permits for privately owned solid waste facilities for a maximum period of 20 years. And each permit issued under the solid waste rules is then reviewed by the department every 5 years.
Did you review Universal Waste System Incorporated's application for a new solid waste facility permit for the Broadway transfer station?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain briefly the timeline for reviewing the application?
Sure. The application submitted the initial application on June 30th, 2021. The application was reviewed for compliance with the Solid Waste Act and the solid waste rules. The Bureau's first request for additional information was then issued on November 18th, 2021. At that time, the applicant submitted an updated application on March 18th, 2022. The Bureau's then reviewed that application, then provided a second request for additional information on June 16th, 2022. On September 30th, 2022, the applicant submitted a request for extension to submit and respond to the second revised application request from the Bureau. The Bureau granted that extension October 21st, 2022, until 2022, that October 21st date. The applicant then submitted an updated application on that revised date of October 21st, 2022, and the Bureau reviewed and then provided a third request for additional information on January 19, 2023. The applicant submitted an updated application on March 28th, 2023, and the Bureau deemed the revised application administratively complete on February 6, 2024. The applicant submitted its final application to the Bureau on February 21st, 2024.
When you're evaluating the permit application, can you briefly describe what kind of facility is the Broadway transfer station?
Yeah, you bet. The facility is proposed a new transfer station that is owned and operated by Universal Waste Systems, Inc. The facility is located on 5520 Broadway Boulevard Southeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico. The site comprises approximately of 8.6 acres in size. The facility receiving hours of operation are from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Sunday, and is closed on Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, and New Year's Day. The facility has an operational rate of more than 240 cubic yards per day on a monthly average. The facility will accept up to 1,200 days of waste per day, but the expected average daily expectance is less than that at 800 tons per day. The Broadway transfer station will not accept any special waste at the facility. There will be no public access, no individual residents or small commercial waste generators will be served at the facility.
And can you please describe the type of information that is required by the solid waste rules to be included in the permit application?
Yes. According to 20.9.3.8 of the New Mexico Administrative Code, the application must contain the following: general information about the facility and site, facility engineer plans, operation and maintenance plan, a contingency plan, a waste screening plan, a closure post-closure plan, and an estimate of closure costs for the facility, and a demonstration of a valid mechanism for financial assurance and the proof of public notice of the application.
Did the application for the Broadway transfer station meet the regulatory requirements for a permit application, including those for transfer stations?
Yes, it did.
Regarding the financial assurance you mentioned, what are the financial assurance requirements for a transfer station?
The applicant must establish financial assurance to provide the funds for the facility closure by a third party.
And can you describe the Bureau's financial assurance review for this facility?
Yes, the applicant prepared an estimate of closure costs for the transfer station at approximately $84,000. The applicant chose and elected to use the surety bond guarantee payment of performance as the financial assurance mechanism for the facility. The surety bond guarantee payment of performance is an approved mechanism identified in 20.9.10.13, the New Mexico Administrative Code, and also is identified in 20.9.10.15 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. The applicant established a financial assurance program that meets all the requirements of Section 74/9/24A of the Solid Waste Act and of the Solid Waste Rules of 20.9.10.19, New Mexico Administrative Code.
Let's talk about the disclosure statements and grounds for a permit denial or revocation. What are the requirements for submittal of disclosure statements by an applicant?
That is covered within the Solid Waste Act of Section 74-9-21. That requires a submittal of disclosure statements using forms provided by the department, and required disclosure statements were submitted by the applicant on January 24th, 2023.
Can you please describe the Solid Waste Bureau's review of the disclosure statements provided and the background investigations?
Sure. Disclosure statements and background investigations prepared by the New Mexico Department of Public Safety for persons identified by the applicant as key employees were reviewed for behaviors and incidents described in the Solid Waste Act, specifically subsection B of section 74/9/24 that could result in denial of the application.
And can you describe what are those kinds of behaviors or incidents that could result in denial of a permit application?
Sure. They are knowingly misrepresenting a material fact in the application, refusal or failure to disclose information required by the section 74/9/21 of the Solid Waste Act, a conviction of a felony or other crime involving moral turpitude within 10 years immediately preceding submittal of the application, conviction of a felony within 10 years immediately preceding submittal of the application, or restraint of trade, price fixing, bribery, or fraud, a history of willful disregard of environmental laws of any state of the United States, and revocation of the permanent suspension of cause of a permit under the environmental law of any state or the United States.
Are there any other grounds for permit application denial?
Other grounds for permit application denial are found in the Solid Waste Act and the Solid Waste Rules. Solid Waste Act, specifically subsection A of section 74924, states an application may be denied if there is finding that granting a permit would be a violation of the Solid Waste Act or rules, applicant fails to provide financial assurance for the facility closure. Within the Solid Waste Rules, specifically subsection A of 20.9.3.19 of the New Mexico Administrative Code, state an application may be denied for the following: material violation of any term or condition of a permit, failure to fully disclose any material facts in an application or misrepresentation of material facts, determination that the permitted activity would endanger public health, welfare, or the environment. Failure of the owner operator to demonstrate the knowledge and ability to operate a solid waste facility in accordance with the solid waste rules, and history of noncompliance by the facility owner or operator with the environmental statutes or regulations at another facility.
In its review of the application, did the Solid Waste Bureau find that any of these grounds for denial applied to the Broadway transfer station?
No,
Does the Solid Waste Bureau recommend denial of the application?
no.
What are the administrative completeness requirements for a solid waste facility?
The Bureau deems the application administratively complete when it is determined the application contains all the information required by the solid waste rules.
And can you please discuss the Bureau's administrative completeness determination for this facility?
You bet. The Bureau reviewed the initial permit application and two other versions of the applications that were revised in accordance with the request of additional information issued by the Bureau. Solid Waste Bureau deemed the application complete on February 6th, 2024.
In getting ready for this hearing, did you compile and produce the administrative record and the administrative record index in this matter?
Yes,
And did you submit the pre-filed administrative record index as NMED Exhibit 5?
yes.
And what does the administrative record contain?
The administrative record contains the final version of the permit application that has met all the solid waste rules. The Bureau's correspondence containing application review comments, the requested additional information back and forth, any kind of documented formal activity with the review, documentation regarding the posting of publication of the hearing notice by the Bureau, and the surety bond guaranteeing payment of performance for the financial mechanism for closure of the facility.
And was the administrative record submitted to the hearing clerk prior to this hearing?
Yes, the administrative record was transmitted to the hearing clerk on April 18th, 2024.
And are there any changes to the administrative record index that you'd like to make today?
Yes, there's one change. On the administrative record label BTS 23, that was merely a placeholder. It refers to the summary of enforcement actions for a existing facility. For permit application reviews and administrative effort, we have the enforcement officer agent go out, provide a enforcement activity before we go into hearing of the facility. This being a new facility, that was a mistake on my part and was a placeholder. So BTS 23 can be omitted from the administrative record.
Given the Solid Waste Bureau's review of the permit application, does the Solid Waste Bureau have a recommendation regarding this application?
Yes, the Bureau recommends approval of the application with permit conditions. The conditions are presented in my written testimony, NMED Exhibit 1.
And can you please discuss those permit conditions?
Sure. Notable conditions include the requirement for the applicant to amend their contingency plan within 24 hours of personal changes affecting the primary or the alternate emergency coordinator that occurs. Requirements for the applicant to submit any changes to the facility operators or waste screening protocols to the Solid Waste Bureau for review and approval of those changes. Requirement for staff training when hired at least annually on implementation of the applicant's operating, contingency, and waste screening and inspection plans. Requirements that within 30 days of the operation notice of violation, the applicant shall provide training to the facility staff to ensure future compliance with that compliance issue. Requirement that within 60 days of the secretary's approval, if received, the applicant shall submit a written description of arrangements with other agencies to coordinate an emergency service at the facility.
If the permit is issued with the proposed conditions, what weight would the additional permit conditions carry?
In accordance with subsection A of 20.9.3.20 New Mexico Administrative Code, permit conditions are enforceable to the same extent as regulations of the Environmental Improvement Board.
Did the Bureau provide the proposed conditions to the applicant before the hearing?
Yes, we did.
And is the applicant in agreement with the proposed conditions as they're written in your testimony, NMED Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And are there any other matters that you would like to address that were not specifically covered in your technical testimony?
No, I do not.
At this time, NMED moves NMED Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, and Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No objection from the applicant, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, Mr. Maxwell? Okay, the exhibits, NMED exhibits 1, 2, and 5 will be admitted subject to any cross-examination.
My direct exam here is finished. If we can move to cross, if there's anything.
Mr. Cadigan, do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Dyer?
No cross-examination from the applicant, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell, do you have any questions of Mr. Dyer?
Your Honor, yes. As I understand it, you are a water expert, correct?
I have been in the field of water for more than 20 years, yes. And relative to people with 60 years experience, it's all relative.
I see that you have extensive experience with groundwater. Do you also carry extensive experience with surface water?
My groundwater expertise would be greater than my surface water expertise. I did take multiple courses in my master's curriculum that focused on surface water, but most of my expertise is associated with groundwater, sure.
At any time during your review of any version of this application, were there any concerns about stormwater runoff from the facility?
No, there was not any concerns with stormwater runoff at this facility.
At any time, have there been concerns about any contamination of the Arroyo, which is north of the facility?
No.
Sorry, what was that?
The name of the arroyo, was it Tijeras Arroyo? I didn't catch it.
I believe so. Mr. Maxwell, if you want to state that arroyo again that he's referring, I didn't hear it as well.
Tijeras Arroyo, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Tijeras Arroyo?
Ye-
No.
Do you have any knowledge of the public comments that are submitted to the department via the public comment portal on the website?
Up until my point of leaving the Solid Waste Bureau, I was not aware of any public comment. I could not speak till after I left the Solid Waste Bureau and was employed with ONRT. I was not privy to any comments or that monitoring that interaction. But up until when I left in June of 2023, I'd received no public comments or questions via that portal or written or any phone conversations.
To clarify, you have not reviewed the public comments submitted in regards to this public hearing.
No, to clarify, if there was any questions that were presented to me on that, I did not receive any questions on that.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Are there questions from anyone else present at the hearing? Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself and we'll give you a microphone and you can ask your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Virtue.
Yeah.
My question is to Universal.
Would you mind identifying yourself?
Oh, yes. My name is Genevieve Chavez Mitchell. I'm the president of the Mountain View Neighborhood Association. And had I had adequate knowledge and information, I would have signed up to be a party. Unfortunately, we missed the deadline. However, I do have a question for Universal Waste Systems about the waste stream. They are proposing a waste stream to come from 6 counties, and that's what New Mexico Environmental Department is approving or proposing approval for. 6 New Mexico counties: Bernalillo, Valencia, Sandoval, Torrance, Cibola, and Santa Fe. That's what is in the application. In the Bernalillo County application in 2019, they were proposing a waste stream from Bernalillo and Valencia. At the meeting, the Mountain View board meeting, Mountain View Neighborhood Association board meeting on April 17th, Mr. Byers proposed that the waste stream would come from east of the river and south of I-40. So I would just like clarification for what the real waste stream will be.
I'm not sure if that question's directed at Mr. Dyer or Universal Waste.
Either one of them can answer. If Mr. Dyer, can you answer that question, Mr. Dyer?
I would like to ask you to answer it first.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'd like to ask Mr. Byers to respond to that question, please, as to where the waste stream is from.
The waste stream will generally be coming within 15-mile radius of the facility.
Does that conclude your questions?
Is that an adequate answer? That doesn't tell us where it actually comes from.
Do you have any more knowledge, Mr. Byers, about where the
It-
waste is coming from?
Idea's be hard to be more specific. That is our market area. And that's where the waste will be coming from, 15-mile radius.
My question then to New Mexico Environment Department is the proposed facility appropriate for the location that it's proposed at? Does it make sense, in other words, to bring trash from 6 counties to Mountain View neighborhood? That's the real question. And who would make that determination? And has that been considered?
So in terms of that, NMED's stance is we do not give the yes or no to what counties they can haul their trash from. I can tell them that their waste stream has to be a certain stream of waste, and it has to stay that way. But operationally and business-wise, the state cannot tell Universal Waste Streams that they cannot provide a service to other county and bring that to their facility. That is a operational economic choice by them. The solid waste rules only give me the ability to govern the waste stream and the type of waste that are coming to that facility. No special waste, no recyclables, just commercial MSW stream will be at that facility. There is no rules within the solid waste rules that govern how many counties they can identify where that waste can come from. I only can make sure that it is the stream that they state is coming to that location.
And Mr. Hearing Officer, may I clarify something based on what's in the permit?
Yes.
Okay, so the permit does name each of the counties in which Universal Waste provides services. However, in reality, on the ground, it makes no economic sense for Universal Waste to drive by the other transfer stations and landfills that are between those counties and the Broadway transfer station. So that's why theoretically it is possible something had come from another county if for some reason the Sandoval County landfill were closed because of an emergency. Theoretically, a load might come to Broadway transfer station. But as Mr. Byers testified, generally speaking, nearly all of the waste stream will be in the immediate area. That's an economic decision more than anything else. It costs a lot of money to drive trucks full of waste around.
Okay, do you have a question for Mr. Dyer?
No,
Okay, we're on questioning of Mr. Dyer from members of the public.
I'll ask him.
So let's stick with that for now.
Fine.
You'll have an opportunity to make a statement or ask. Pardon?
There's a few online that have a question.
Okay.
So
Well,
my name,
let's get, we're on the questioning by people who are present in the room of Mr. Dyer. Okay, he's the witness, so we're going to stick with that for
Fine.
now. And then we'll go to people who are on WebEx for Mr. Dyer. We have a separate item for public comment. So you all have a chance to do that or ask questions of the other NMED witness, Ms. Berardelli. But we're in a public hearing here and there's a certain process we follow. And we're going to stick with that.
right, I'm part of the public. I have a question for Mr. Dyer. My name is Maria Globus and I live in Mountain View. Do you consider this an ideal solution to the handling of waste? This proposal?
That's a good question. In terms of any regulatory hoops that they must jump through and anything that they provided information that is required by the solid waste rules, they met all those requirements. I believe heavily in transfer stations. I believe they provide a service that is needed, extremely with transportation costs and fuel costs. I think transfer stations are a good thing. And I do think they met the requirements of what a transfer station needs to be permitted through the regulatory process. And that is the lens that I look through as a regulator. I don't get the privy to look at any other. It's what's in the rules and it's what I feel that they met those rules and my interpretation of those rules. And they met all those rules. And so, yes, I think it is in a good spot for transfer of waste. And it's located near a freeway. It's located closely to other areas of deposition of the final deposition of that waste. And that's why my support versus the rules and their hoops they went through is why I support the permit.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay, we have another woman with her hand. Please identify yourself and you may ask your question of Mr. Dyer.
Okay. My name is Dr. Magdalena Avila. I'm emeritus faculty from the University of New Mexico, Public Health. And my question to you is, in reading the report, the 300-page report, and then the one that was done by the consulting group as well, and the summary highlights. My question is, what is the methodology that is used by you in terms of the agency to assess everything that you're talking about? There was a term in the report, and I'm sorry, I'm getting over a very bad, I'm not contagious, but what there was a term that was used, not health impact assessment. There was another one that you hold yourself to, and that's what you operate by as part of your assessment. Do you remember?
I
I think
know
it
what you-
started with the V. I have the report with me. What do you use?
So are you referring to the vulnerable area assessment? That is only for landfills. That is not associated for transfer stations. That is for a landfill permit.
Mhm.
And that was born out of environmental justice. And that is what the department goes through, a three-step process of the environmental assessment, or excuse me, a vulnerable area assessment. And
Yes.
then the secretary of the environmental department will either approve or say this area has been deemed vulnerable. And then that goes that. I do not provide that review. The secretary of the department provides that review. I provide the research and make sure that the three steps that within the vulnerable area regulations, there's three key qualifiers in those. And those are the qualifiers that one must qualify for to be deemed a vulnerable area.
Okay, I did forget to say I'm a resident of Mountain View.
Okay. Great.
Yes, sir.
My name is Lauro Silva. I live in Mountain View. And I am a board member of the Mountain View Neighborhood Association. And I'm the past principal investigator for the South Valley Partners for Environmental Justice. We worked on environmental justice for 8 years, investigating a lot of the contamination in Mountain View. And so the concern that we have, and is still, my question would be for Mr. Dyer, in terms of defining a vulnerable and or overburdened community as described by the Environmental Protection Agency, and not simply limited to what the New Mexico Environmental Department determines to be a vulnerable area. For example, I live within about 150 yards from the elementary school. The elementary school is directly west, right across the railroad tracks and a few blocks from the proposed facility that we're talking about today. This particular transportation has a numerous kind of impacts that might be not within the definitions of EPA's overburden and or vulnerable communities. If you could describe both vulnerable and overburden as far as the EPA and how the Environmental Department comports with that.
Yeah. So I cannot speak for EPA. Within the solid waste rules, we have primacy, which we develop our own solid waste rules that are more strict and more encumbered of that. So I cannot speak with EPA's vulnerable area. What I can speak towards is the vulnerable area that I am tasked with providing the requirement, and if the applicant has fulfilled that requirement, and if it was that. Again, vulnerable areas is for a landfill. It is not for a transfer station. So with that being that case, there was not a vulnerable area assessment that was done for the Broadway transfer station. It is not required by the solid waste rules. For landfill, a vulnerable area assessment is required. So that is, I can give you the definition of what a vulnerable area is termed by New Mexico Administrative Code, but I cannot speak towards EPA's definition of a vulnerable area. And again, that's for landfills. So there was not a vulnerable area assessment done for a transfer station review.
So you're saying that NMAD may not necessarily comport with the EPA's standards on vulnerable.
No, we do. We have
overburden.
It is, I can get back to you on that. I would be surprised if EPA has a vulnerable area assessment for a transfer station. I can look into that. And if that if you leave your contact information or an email, I'd be more than happy to get back that with you. Just to take, I can't provide that kind of response right now. I need to look into it. But with the vulnerable area assessment, it is for landfills.
Yes, sir, I
Yeah,
understand
so,
what you're saying, yes.
so our rules and that, any of the solid waste rules are more stringent than the actual EPA rules for transfer station.
Right. Are you familiar with the health impact analysis? It's a policy that has been adopted in many cities and states and governments throughout the world, including the World Health Organization. Health impact analysis is the tool for formulating policy regarding the health impacts of many different things, including environmental concerns. Are
Yeah.
you familiar with that?
My response would, whenever the solid waste rules, the Environmental Improvement Board opens up these rules, you provide that suggestion that provides it back in the rules for us to take that into consideration. That is your avenue. If you would like to see some of these other impact statements, any kind of assessments done, that would be the mechanism to get it into the rules, is through the EIB board, and provide your technical comment when the solid waste rules are open. That would be the best way forward to being able to take into that consideration in a permit review.
Would you and possibly the administration of NMED be open to the possibility of adopting a health impact analysis policy rule?
So I cannot speak to NMED right now. Just to clarify, I do not work for NMED anymore. I work with ONRT. I would voice any of those concerns to NMED, and I can't speak with NMED. But I was giving you the avenue of regulatory speaking. That's how you would get some kind of assessment or review that you're speaking of into the solid waste rules for a future permittee reviewer to say, guess what? Yep, they did this and now it's in the rules, and it was nay or yay. But that is the framework to get it into where I can look at that lens through that assessment.
But if you can't look through that lens in terms of the regulations of NMED, which is, but it seems like you're saying you're limited to.
Sir.
That there's a great number of other issues that we have not looked at in terms of the disparities of highly impacted communities due to different types of contamination. I'm talking about volatile organic compounds, which may be an issue in terms of release from the transfer station. In terms of the air, I'm not sure, are you familiar with any filtration processes from the transfer station that are going to be implemented?
Mr. Hearing Officer, at this time, I'm going to object. Sorry.
Go ahead.
On the grounds that this exceeds what is permitted by 20.1.4.400, it's moving into technical testimony, not within the jurisdiction of the Solid Waste Bureau. He's referring to Clean Air Act requirements, which are not at issue here today. Also, this is public. This is moving into public comment on the question.
Now, Mr. Silva, you're getting into testimony here, and I notice you signed up to make public comment. I think the points you're making are better made in your public comment rather than trying to ask questions of Mr. Dyer, who has already stated that he's limited by the current regulations. I mean, what I'm hearing you're doing is you're talking about additional regulatory mechanisms that might be able to be adopted in New Mexico. And that I think is more appropriate for you to address when you're in your public comment. Mr. Dyer's, it's not Mr. Dyer, it's not within Mr. Dyer's purview.
I do that, but I do have some questions of the applicant.
Well, the applicant already presented its case. and you had an opportunity to ask questions at that point of them. So I think that time has passed. Do you have specific questions that you want to ask of the applicant within what they testified to?
Yes.
Okay, are you all available to answer some questions that are limited to what the witnesses, what by you all, I mean the applicant, ask some questions?
Mr. Hearing Officer, in the interest of keeping the public comment as robust as possible, we're happy to answer the question. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll allow you to ask the applicant witnesses questions, keeping in mind that we're looking at questions at this point as opposed to testimony.
Certainly. I guess my question really is, what kind of filtration system, what's to prevent the dust and particulate matter, whether it be 2.5 microns or 10 microns, from coming out into the environment?
So, Mr. Hearing Officer, just a procedural objection. That's a subject covered by the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County air quality regulations, which are not at issue here. Nevertheless, I think Mr. McKittrick can answer the question about what dust control strategies are in place.
Yes, so the facility, all transportation areas of the facility, both on Broadway as well as on the facility itself, will be paved, covered with asphalt, and which will minimize the amount of dust generated by the rolling stock as it moves into the facility. The facility itself will have sprinklers indoors to, inside the structure to wet down waste and roads and minimize dust production from that as well.
Okay. Another question is, are you aware of the fact that the Mountain View does not have a stormwater runoff system?
I am not.
I have more questions, but I'll hold them up for public comment as you recommended, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Silva. Do we have other questions of Mr. Dyer from anybody in the hearing room? Anybody present in the hearing room? Okay, if not, we'll go to questions from persons who are on the WebEx feed. Do we have, let's get a read for how many people on the WebEx feed have questions. Can you raise your hand on the feed? We've got Los Jardines Institute. That's the only one I'm seeing. So we'll go
yes,
to.
Mr. Hearing Officer, that's the only person who signed to make questions at this time.
Okay. Then let's proceed with whoever is representing Los Jardines Institute.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Most excellent. Good morning, Mr. Hearing Officer and members of the public and to the applicant. My name is Xavier Barraza with Los Jardines Institute. I'm the Environmental and Economic Justice Coordinator. I have a few questions for Mr. Dyer with the Office of Natural Resources Trustee.
Sure.
Excellent. Mr. Dyer, first question, are you familiar with the most recent litigation and cases that ONRT has settled in the Mountain View community, primarily for the Superfund sites of the ATSF creosote plant and the General Electric jet engine facility?
Objection, Your Honor. That question is pretty far outside of what we're talking about today with the Broadway transfer station permit.
If I can make a counter argument, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Sure.
These Superfund sites are within a mile of the proposed facility and have to do exactly with the social and environmental conditions that we're trying to ask this community to consider this UWS permit with. And these facilities weren't mentioned in the permits, and it does have weight in this decision making. These are the most contaminated sites in our nation.
Mr. Hearing Officer, then I suggest the comments be made during a public comment. It doesn't sound appropriate as a question for Mr. Dyer, who does not work with Superfund sites.
I'm just asking.
I do believe these points are better made in the public comment portion of the hearing. I'm not seeing the relationship between these sites and the standards for approving a solid waste transfer station. So I'm going to ask you to present your points during the public comment, if you would.
Okay, well then let me transfer over to my second question for Mr. Dyer, which again directly relates to the decision making. Mr. Dyer, when's the last time the Solid Waste Act was updated in the state of New Mexico?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm just asking if he knows when the last time the Solid Waste Act was updated. That's a simple question. He said that's all he looks at.
Mr. Dyer can answer that to the best of his knowledge.
So the Solid Waste Act was in the 70s, and then the solid waste rules were updated in 2007. And those rules established primacy and much stricter regulations that was originally established by the Act and then what was EPA at the time. And that's why the NMED was granted primacy, is the regulations that are in place for the solid waste rules in that program were stricter than EPA's rules at that time.
And Mr. Dyer, can you say how those rules became stricter? With our privacy?
If you just look at the Solid Waste Act, it's roughly about 3 pages thick. If you look at our rules now, there's, maybe 300 or 400 pages. So it became stricter across siting criteria, vulnerable area assessment, multiple environmental plans must be in place for transfer stations and landfills. It's a slew of everything. It established enforcement and established what a permit application needs to be. All those requirements are established within the rules. And if you compare it to EPA or anything at the place, they're much more stringent when you compare them to anything.
Got it. And my last question, Mr. Hearing Officer, for Mr. Dyer, and it is back in relationship to the work that ONRT is doing right now. Are you familiar with any of the efforts that Office of Natural Resource Trustee is working on with the Mountain View community to try to repair the historical harms to the environment and to public health? And again, I'm just asking if you're familiar with your office's work with the community of Mountain View neighborhood and who is being cited for this permit.
I'm going to object again on relevance. This is outside the scope of this hearing.
I'm going to allow Mr. Dyer, if he has any personal knowledge of what ONRT is doing in this regard, I'll allow him to answer the question.
The only personal knowledge I have is a restoration plan that was established for the Mountain View area, or that general area of the Mountain View area, that was in response to a tire treating facility in the area that contaminated, and part of a NERDA claim was ONRT filed a claim against that responsible party, showed injury, acquired damages, and then facilitated those damage monies to the community in that area for that restoration plan. And that is my familiarity of it.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Thank you, Mr. Dyer. No more further questions.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from persons on the WebEx feed of Mr. Dyer on matters that are within the scope of his technical testimony?
As of now, Mr. Hearing Officer, we don't have any more public questions.
Thank you, Ms. Corral. With that, Mr. Dyer, unless there are any redirect from is there a redirect from your counsel?
No, thank you.
Okay, if there's no redirect, Mr. Dyer, you are excused.
Thank you, Officer.
Thank you. New Mexico Environment Department calls Danielle Berardelli.
Raise your right hand. solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please state your full name?
Danielle Baradelli.
And what's your occupation?
I currently am the permit section manager for the Solid Waste Bureau of the New Mexico Environment Department.
And can you briefly describe what you're testifying about today?
Yes, my purpose here today is to list for everyone the notice requirements as specified by the New Mexico Solid Waste Act and the rules, and then demonstrate how the department met those obligations.
Can you please give us a little background about yourself?
Sure. I've been with NMED since January of this year. Before that, I worked for the city of Albuquerque. I was in charge and oversaw all operations for 3 transfer stations and the municipal landfill. Before that, I worked in the private sector, primarily remediating and restoring contaminated sites.
Sorry. And what's your purpose in your testimony today?
Just to go over notice requirements and how we met those requirements.
Okay. Can you first list the notice requirements?
Sure. The NMEC, the New Mexico Administrative Code, and the solid waste rules detail the elements to be included and specify to whom notice must be given. Information that must be provided in both English and Spanish includes contact information for the applicant, a description of the proposed facility, including particulars like general process information, the quantity, rate, and type of waste to be handled, the size of the proposed facility, the location, and hours open to commercial haulers. Notice is also required to specify details regarding the hearing itself, such as the date, time, and location of the hearing. And notice must provide direction and deadlines for those who would like to participate.
And what the rules in the Solid Waste Act, who do they identify as receiving notice?
So the Solid Waste Act identifies who will receive notice, how they will receive notice, and when notice actions must be complete. To answer who and how, property owners within 100 feet of the proposed facility will receive notice via certified mail. Government agencies, tribes, and pueblos within a 10-mile radius will receive notice via certified mail. Notice is mailed to interested parties of record as well. Other members of the public will receive notice as provided in newspaper ads of general circulation and by way of physical postings in at least 4 publicly accessible and conspicuous places, including the proposed facility itself.
And when does notice have to be completed?
All notice actions must be complete 30 days before the date of hearing.
And how did the department successfully meet the notice requirement?
Providing proper notice is really a joint effort between the Office of Public Facilitation and the Solid Waste Bureau. The notice was drafted by Bureau staff. It contained all the necessary elements and was translated into Spanish by a professional translator. The draft notice was forwarded to the hearing clerk at the Office of Public Facilitation for review and concurrence, and was ultimately formalized and filed with the hearing clerk. All notice was provided in both English and Spanish. The hearing clerk was responsible for notice by mail and for publishing notice in 2 areas of the Albuquerque Journal. Public notice was sent via certified mail first on March 6th, 2024, and then completed March 21st, 2024. Notice appeared in both the legal and retail sections of the newspaper on March 12th, 2024. Additionally, on February 28th, the hearing clerk posted the notice electronically on the department's website. The Solid Waste Bureau was responsible for physical posting of notice. Bureau staff researched and selected 4 publicly accessible and conspicuous locations in the area of the proposed facility and decided on the following locations to post notice. The local United States Postal Service at 1050 Sunset Road Southwest, the local community center, Mountain View Community Center at 201 Prosperity Avenue Southeast, the local library, South Broadway Library at 1025 Broadway Boulevard. And finally, the proposed facility itself, the Broadway Transfer Station at 5520 Broadway Boulevard Southeast. Time and date stamped photos demonstrate posting in all 4 locations was completed on March 12th, 2024. Additionally, notice was posted at NMED offices in Albuquerque and in Santa Fe. Certified mail receipt dates demonstrate notices were sent to both property owners and government agencies as specified more than 30 days prior to today's hearing. The affidavit of publishing and the date and time stamped photos demonstrate these notice actions were also completed well before the deadline.
And Ms. Barodelli, did you submit a pre-filed resume that contains your education and professional qualifications as NMED Exhibit 4?
Yes, I did.
And excuse me, does that resume fairly and accurately represent all of your education and professional qualifications?
It does.
And did you also submit pre-filed technical testimony?
I did.
And does that technical testimony represent what your answers would be to questions if I had asked them of you today?
Yes, it does.
And does your testimony orally today summarize what your technical testimony says?
It does.
And is that technical testimony NMED Exhibit 3?
It is.
At this time, move NMED Exhibits 3 and 4 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection from the applicant, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell, any objection?
Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Exhibits 3 and 4 will be admitted subject to cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Barodelli, is there anything else that you would like to tell us today?
Not at this time.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Does the applicant have any cross-examination?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell, do you have any cross-examination?
I have a few questions.
I'm sorry, did you say you have a question or a request?
A few questions.
Okay, proceed.
Did you oversee any other part of this process other than the public notice?
I did not.
That's all I have. Thank you. And Your Honor, I would also point out that the applicant's witnesses were not cross-examined by the public and given the same rigor that has been given for NMED, and I don't think that's fair. And so I would just want that put in the record. Thank you.
Okay, I think I did. There may have been a miscommunication. I think I said there are questions from parties. I intended to say, or anybody else present at the hearing. So it may have, I may not have been crystal clear. So we'll allow the public to ask questions of the applicant before we get into the public comment period. So, but for now, I want to ask if there are any questions of Ms. Berardelli about matters that she testified to from the public, from members of the public in the hearing room. Do you have questions of Ms. Berardelli about the specifics of what she testified to at this time? Okay. Do we have any questions from anybody on the WebEx feed of Ms. Berardelli about her testimony?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, thank you. I think, Mr. Silva.
What the parameters of our questioning might be. Are we
The
limited?
questions, the segment we were at was to allow any questions that the public has of Ms. Berardinelli regarding the testimony that she presented, her technical testimony that she presented today.
Okay, question I have for NMED in terms of notification was where you mentioned that they were sent to all the property owners in the community of Mountain View. Is that correct?
No, only property owners within 100 feet
100 feet?
as required by the rules.
100 feet, okay. Okay, and are those notices, how many were there?
I don't recall the number off the top of my head. We do have the list somewhere. Looks like there are 4.
Just 4, okay. And were those also in English and in Spanish?
All notices were provided in both English and Spanish.
So when you also published public notice, I noticed you mentioned the South Broadway, Donaldberry, and some other places, Mountain View Community Center. But when you did you do any on the radio or TV, or you said newspaper? You did newspaper, I think. But did you do radio and TV in Spanish-speaking media?
We did not do any radio or TV ads. We did post it on the website.
And any other social media notices?
No.
Okay. So the questions that I had are other questions, of course, that I didn't answer earlier. I mean, I didn't ask earlier, but I do have a whole series of other questions, but I don't want to belittle the process at all.
Quick question. I'm not really sure within the boundaries of this one, but and we spoke because I called your office and you eventually returned my call regarding the public notice process and the technicalities. Is the original application submitted by Universal Waste, is that accessible or only the template of what it's transferred into? You know, how you take original work and then you. So that was my question that I had for you the other day as well. I can answer it. Should I understand the question? The question is this: if I called you and asked to see the original application by the applicant, would that, it wasn't available to me that day and I don't even know if it is. That's my question. Is it ever available to us as the public?
Yes, it is posted on the website.
It wasn't. I didn't see it.
Sure.
Okay.
Check periodically because you know there's technical issues. And we also had copies available at both the Albuquerque office and the Santa Fe location as hard copies to view. You didn't have access to the internet.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Avila, I believe that's you. Would you just state your full name for the record? I don't think the court reporter got it.
Dr. Magdalena Avila, A, V as in Victor, ILA. And my area of expertise is public health, community public health. And I'm also a resident of Mountain View, over 30 years now.
Okay, any other questions? I believe we already asked this, but we'll ask again if there are any other questions of Ms. Berardelli concerning her testimony from the public. Okay, if not, that concludes the presentation of the direct technical testimony. At this point, we'll take a.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
May I ask a quick follow-up of Ms. Berardelli? Sorry.
Sure, yes.
Ms. Berardelli, you did mention that there was no other media printed. The last 2 pages of attachment 13 are invoices from Radio Lobo 97.7 and Coyote 102.5. Does that refresh your recollection that there were radio ads as part of the public notification?
We did not do that. The solid waste did not initiate that.
Understood. Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Hearing Officer. Thank you.
Okay, so we've concluded the presentation of the direct technical testimony. I'd like to take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:25, at which time we will see if there is rebuttal testimony that either of the technical parties that submitted technical testimony want to submit. Then we'll go to questions from the public of the applicant, and then we'll go to public comment and testimony. So we will recess and come back at 11:25. Okay, I've been asked to announce the code to exit from the parking lot in the event any of you who are present need to leave before the hearing is over. The code you need to use is 5219 pound. That's 5219 pound. With that, we will reconvene the hearing, and we're at that point of determining if there's any rebuttal testimony. Does the applicant have any rebuttal?
Just briefly to clarify a couple of points, Mr. Hearing Officer, I'd like to ask Mr. McKittrick a couple of questions. Mr. McKittrick, if you look at attachment 13 to volume 2 of the permit application, you'll see that there are two invoices, one from Radio Lobo 97.7 and one from Coyote 102.5. Does that indicate that Universal Waste did provide public notice by radio?
Yes, that's correct. So I believe what Ms. Baradelli was speaking about in terms of public notice was the public notice for this meeting. There's also provision in the regulations that require public notice of the submittal of the solid waste permit application that have different and more rigorous public notice requirements. And as part of those public notice requirements, we did do publication by another means, I believe is how the regs require it. And for that, we used the two different radio stations and advertisements on those stations.
And Mr. McKittrick, there was a question about stormwater and whether there was a public stormwater facility near the facility. Can you explain again, what is the stormwater situation?
So the Broadway transfer station is designed to contain stormwater on site. It's been designed with the stormwater retention pond on the northwest corner of the facility. So the design is that it retains all stormwater on site. Any stormwater that would move off site in the event that there were, a very large storm event would move into that's traditionally called the bar ditch. And so basically, I'm unfamiliar with if there's a municipal separate stormwater sewer system in Mountain View, but I understand that there's not. And so basically stormwater from any of the area would flow in that bar ditch, basically.
Nothing else, Mr. Hearing Officer. Thank you.
Any questions from Mr. Maxwell about the testimony that Mr. McKittrick just gave?
Question. Considering that bar ditch that acts as a reservoir for water, after that's filled up, where would water flow? Thank you.
I am unsure. I don't know the grading and drainage of once of the area away from the facility.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Does the Bureau have any questions?
No,
Mr.
thank you.
McKittrick?
Nothing from me.
Okay. Do members of the public present in the hearing room have any questions of Mr. McKettrick about what he just testified to? Okay. Mr. Silva, please identify yourself.
My name is Lauro Silva. The question is regarding the sign off on the Ciudad Soil and Water Conservation District in terms of the water retention and how that's going to be handled. Is there going to be any? There's two questions. The other question is how is the water going to be utilized, and is there any pre-wash, any kind of water runoff, and how big is that water retention pond that we're talking about? How are you going to empty that, discard the water from the retention pond?
So I didn't understand your first question with the local soil and water conservation.
Regarding the water retention itself, what size is it going to be? What's the capacity of that? And for example, and is there any water runoff from actually washing any of the waste? That was the first question.
Okay, so the facility has been designed, so any water that is used inside the facility where the municipal solid waste is going to be moving from collection vehicles onto the tipping floor and then into over-the-road haul trucks to take it to the landfill. Any water used in that area to wash the tipping floor, to do dust control, flows to floor drains, and from there flows to a tank on site. Basically, it'll look like a septic tank, but there'll be no leach field. So basically just a fully contained septic tank that's equipped with a high water alarm. So basically when the facility will pump out that tank on a regular basis, using a registered septic hauler. And then in the event that they fail to do it, there'll be an alarm, a visual, and something you can hear, alarm when the tank is full, and that water will be hauled off. And so none of the water that comes in contact with solid waste will move anywhere as stormwater on site.
And then the other part of the question was, has the Ciudad Soil and Water Conservation District play any role in having to sign off? Usually on these kind of permit applications, the Soil and Water Conservation District and the fire department usually are part of the sign off on projects.
To my knowledge, that's not part of this permit, but that's to my knowledge.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding Mr. McKettrick's rebuttal testimony from the public in the hearing room? Are there questions from members of the public on the WebEx feed? I see no hands raised. This is just regarding questions for the applicant on what was just stated. There'll be another segment for questions generally of the applicant's witnesses.
Mr. Hearing Officer, it looks like there might be a question online.
Okay, it looks like Ms. Painter has a question. Ms. Painter, do you want to proceed with your question?
Yes, thank you. I would like to know what the monitoring schedule is on this facility and the processes that have just been outlined. How often will there be a state inspector monitoring whether or not they are operating in the way they have described they will operate?
So I would apologize. I don't know that frequency, but I would defer to the New Mexico Environment Department and request that they answer that.
The inspectors will generally visit that site at least once a year unless there are issues. And as far as monitoring is concerned, they are required to do annual reporting, and they are required to demonstrate financial assurance based on their current closure, post-closure cost estimate annually.
So if I may follow up, on what basis is the 1-year inspection schedule, on what basis is that schedule made, given that a lot of damage can happen within a year? And also, it has been our experience in Mountain View that self-monitoring does not work. And so how can we appeal if this proposal goes through? How might we appeal for more for more monitoring on a regular basis, and who checks out the self-monitoring reports to see if it appears to be adequate, or if it's just something they lay down automatically rather than actually reflecting the operations as they are happening day to day.
Okay, so to answer the first part of your question, like why that particular frequency? We have a lot of facilities that are regulated by the Solid Waste Bureau, in excess of 170 registered and permitted facilities, and only so many inspectors. However, if there are any issues with the facility that have been reported as either by customers or the public, or there were issues based on an inspection, we do increase that frequency and follow up and make sure that there is adherence.
Given that the public is not allowed on the premises, it's a little hard for the public to monitor, and as well, it's not in the interest of the clients or the users to to monitor a facility they depend upon. So I would like to know if there's an appeal process on the amount of monitoring that would occur at this site.
I am not aware of the type of appeal process to which you're speaking. However, we do try to respond when there are calls to the enforcement division, and we try to be as responsive as possible.
I'm wondering if you would take back the suggestion to entertain a citizens monitoring committee that would have more regular monitoring of the facility. The water that goes into the bar ditch is used by the community, and it's very important that water is clean. And so we're a little concerned about the lack of monitoring overall. And so I would ask if you could take back the suggestion to consider a citizens monitoring committee. Thank you.
Was that a question?
Yeah, I'm asking if they would consider a community-based monitoring committee for this facilities to ensure that they're not polluting our ditch water.
I'm going to suggest that the best way to submit that request is through the public comment period.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions from people on the WebEx feed. We kind of got a little bit far afield there. Mr. Cadigan, you have no further rebuttal, as I understand it.
Nothing else, Mr. Hearing.
Okay. Does the Bureau have any rebuttal?
Nothing from us. Thank you.
Okay. So we will go next to questions from the public of the applicant. So these are questions addressed to the technical testimony that the applicant presented. It's not intended to be a public comment session. We'll have that after the question. So we're going now to specific questions about technical testimony of the applicant, then we'll go to public comment. So are there questions from people present in the hearing room of the applicant's technical witnesses about their technical testimony? Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself.
Hello, my name's Janet Garcia. I'm the Environmental and Economic Justice Coordinator with the Valle de Oro. And my question for the applicant is, was there a needs assessment required in the applicant process or the application process?
I think that would probably be a legal question, Mr. Hearing Officer. So if I may answer, the solid waste regulations do not require that. However, as Mr. Byers testified, there are no other solid waste transfer facilities to which a private company can take its waste at this time.
Okay, so it's the other transfer stations in the city don't permit private businesses to dump their waste.
In accordance with what Mr. Byers said, that's correct. The other transfer stations he identified are run either by governments or other owners who do not allow commercial solid waste haulers to transfer their solid waste there. Ernie, do you want to?
And another thing is either the access road or the facility design itself is prohibited.
Can you repeat that? I didn't follow.
The facility design and or access would also make some of them prohibitive.
Okay. All right, no further questions.
Anyone else in the hearing room have a question? Yes.
Genevieve Chavez Mitchell. My question is, how did you determine the amount of waste that will be processed in the facility? According to the application, you used 1975 General Services Administration data to calculate the amount of waste that would be coming in. How did you come up with 800 to 1,200 tons per day?
We hold numerous municipal contracts in the area. There's several coming out to bid all the time in the open market. Taking the geographical area, 15-mile radius, there's about 1,200 tons available. And as a private business, we do seek as much as we can get. So we use those perimeters.
Okay, so the United States Environmental Protection Agency document, Decision Maker's Guide to Solid Waste Management, Volume 2, August 1995, was utilized to determine the capacity for this facility. It's not documented in, that's in your application. Page 11 of something. One of the, I think it's under operations. The calculations that are specified in there were not, all you gave us was the EPA formula for that, not how you came up with that amount. The second question I have for you is, does this 800 to 1,200 ton per day, is the facility, it's only 25,000 square feet, 25,000 square feet. Does it really, would there be actual capacity for that much trash 6 days a week?
That facility's design is ample for the 1,200 tons per day. I guess it, but what you're asking is, that's what you're asking is, if
Right.
it's just physically capable of having that easily.
It's capable of handling that. That seems like an inadequate answer to my question. Mr. McCutcheon.
So in response to your question about the formula noted on page 12 of the operation and maintenance plan, From the EPA document, Decision Maker's Guide to Solid Waste Management, Volume 2, August 1995. So this formula calculates the capacity of the transfer station based on the volume of waste that's going to come in each truck, the number of transfer trailers loading simultaneously, the hours per day used to load trailers, the time to load each transfer trailer in minutes, and the time to remove and replace each loaded trailer. So basically, the capacity is determined based on how many trucks the facility can accommodate bringing waste in, taking waste out. And so that it's a fairly straightforward calculation to demonstrate that it's able to take 1,200 tons per day.
I would ask, since this document is 30 years old, has anybody looked at an updated document?
So I would make the case that the age doesn't matter, because what this takes into account is the volume of trucks coming in and going out and how long it takes for them to dump the waste and for the waste to move out of the facility. So there's no technological update or anything that would change in this type of a formula. It's just basic math of time and volume.
Thank you. Okay, the second question I have is with regard to the planned trips. So in 2019, United Waste Systems submitted an application to the Bernalillo County Bernalillo County Planning Commission, and it was approved. That planning document states that in a scoping report dated October 14th, 2019, that United Waste Systems would be doing 166 trips per day. The application that's submitted to NMED indicates 488 trips per day. If Bernalillo County approved 166 trips, does it make sense for United Waste Systems to go for this transfer station if in fact that's all that would be allowed?
I believe that's a legal question. Bernalillo County does not regulate the number of trips in and out. Bernalillo County regulates the land use. The entity that governs how many vehicles can come in and out per day is the New Mexico Department of Transportation. And one of the conditions of the Bernalillo County permit, or the special use permit, was that we receive a driveway permit. And as we stated, Exhibit G contains the improvements that the Department of Transportation is requiring in order to have a driveway permit at the levels stated in this permit.
Thank you. One last question with regard to the application. And maybe that you just answered that, Mr. Kettigan, with the trip issue, but I'd like to point out for the record that the application and the correspondence with DOT that Universal Waste Systems has had, that in May of, so Bernalillo County application indicated 166 trips per day. DOT conversation with Universal Waste in May of 2021 was 338 trips per day. In September of 2021, it was 343 trips per day. In September of 2022, it was 458 trips. And in October, the most recent application, it's 488 trips per day. It just seems like they almost don't know how many trips they're going to be making. And from our standpoint, all of these trips are focused in one location with health impact to our community. And I would like to ask that the hearing officer and Secretary Kinney consider the impact of that many trucks and trips in one location in Mount View. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself.
Maria Globus from Mountain View. Are the trucks that are coming in, the big trucks that come and pick up my trash, that size truck?
Yes, yes, ma'am, various sizes of collection vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from persons in the hearing room? Yes, Mr. Silva.
Lauro Silva. The question I have is, if we're talking about either 166 trucks per day or 488 trucks per day, how long is each truck going to be in the facility unloading ingress and egress?
From the time the truck enters the facility, it goes past the scale house. They get the documentation, they drive into the transfer station. Unloading time is about 5 minutes, and the exit, which takes about 2 minutes. So it's under 10 minutes per vehicle.
That's from the time that they arrive and the time that they leave. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's
About 10 minutes each.
8 to 10 minutes. It depends on the volume, but that's probably a good average.
And that would be 488 trucks for 12 hours.
But for 12 hours, and we have 8 bays.
How many?
8. There's 8 bays.
I thought you had 4.
There's 4 bays on each side.
So you could handle 8.
We could handle 8 trucks simultaneously.
And these will be coming from 50-mile radius, you said.
15-mile radius.
Oh, 15, I'm sorry, I was hearing wrong. 15-mile radius. So how many transfer stations is this waste coming from within a 15-mile radius?
They're not coming from any transfer station. They're coming from residents and businesses.
The residential waste trucks. Is that only residential or is that also industrial?
It's commercial also.
Commercial also. So when they're coming from a 15-mile radius, the question is how many facilities? I'm assuming that they're just straight to the transfer station from the collection trucks itself. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, off from the route to the transfer station.
How many counties does that involve?
Well, 15-mile radius is Bernalillo, Valencia counties.
Just those 2 counties?
Within the 50-mile radius, yes, sir.
No other counties?
Not within the 50-mile radius.
Now, when the trucks come into the transfer station, what exactly happens to that waste?
Trash comes in, loaded on a truck, it's compacted material, drives into the transfer station, it's ejected off into a tipping floor. And from the tipping floor, it gets pushed into a larger truck. The truck is loaded, weighed, tamped down, spread, tarped, and heads to the landfill. The commercial trucks go back on route.
So how do you, when they're just dumped into the transfer station, is it transferred by big scrapers or is it a conveyor or how does that happen?
It's a loader. It's got a 4 to 6 yard bucket on it. It's got pneumatic wheels. It's got an enclosed cab. and materials pushed in.
So that loader would handle how many lifts and dumps into the other truck? The big truck?
It actually pushes down into a pit where it's top loaded.
And when it pushes it down to the pit, how does it get into the big trucks that going out to the,
So I don't know if you can see this picture over here. It has a real good diagram. Your Honor, maybe refer to that.
Certainly. We,
So if you look at the far right, trucks are backed up into the pit. It's got about an 8-foot drop. They're pushed into the end. And the transfer trailer that you're speaking about is below this tipping floor level. It goes into and pushed into it. This excavator on the far side spreads the trash, gets even weight. It's weighed, and at 20 to 22 tons, the truck goes to the landfill.
and when it dumps it into the pit, is that where the bigger trucks are there going out to the?
Yes, the bigger truck is, this is the bigger truck here, and it comes out this tunnel here.
Right.
Yeah, which is below the floor level.
Okay. And it looks to me like there's no walls on the sides. Is that correct?
These are retaining walls coming off the drive-in platform. The trucks come in off the top, which is ground level.
Right.
Goes down into the tipping floor.
Oh, so when the trucks actually come in, they're exposed to the air, outside air.
The trucks are dumped inside the building.
Right, they're dumped inside the
no-
building.
Yeah.
But when they're dumping,
No, they're dumping right there. The tailgate opens right here,
right?
right there, and the materials fall straight down.
Well,
Then we have a sprinkler system for dust control. And it keeps the materials down at ground level and anything that might float up.
so when the truck is dumping out and there's an east wind, because lately the wind has been blowing from the east to the west, which is straight into the community.
So actually the prevailing winds go the opposite way towards the airport. And on windy days, we have a plastic doors, kind of like if you've ever been to Costco and you go to the meat market, it separates the cold from the hot. We have those, and we also have roll-up doors. If you look at this, on the far side is the airport side. This would be the side towards the Mountain View neighborhood. If the wind is blowing this way, we'd close those doors and utilize this side of the facility and vice versa.
So if the doors are all closed, where does the stuff go?
Straight down to the ground, pushed in the truck and or down into our retained water.
Do the workers there have a mask or protection themselves?
They have masks, yes, sir.
Okay.
Hope that helped.
any other questions?
This is in terms of employment. You had said you would be providing jobs or creating jobs is a better word. To what extent would those jobs be to local people versus imported?
What we do throughout the company wide, we have preferential hiring. So if we're in a community, we try to recruit anybody from that member. We have job fairs and things of that nature. We have training programs. We really try to onboard people from within to be part of the community, to be part of the company, part of the team, part of the partnership. And we would train them. It'd be anything from a laborer to scale house operator to a customer service, a truck driver, a route driver, a machine operator. So there's a mechanic. There's a lot of great job opportunities.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll let you ask another one. Usually we don't You only get one bite out of the apple, but I'll let you ask.
Thanks. Thanks for the second bite. Do you know what private companies would be using this dump station?
I really don't know of anywhere of private concern. I'm not sure what the other companies do. I know there's a lot of opportunity in the immediate area. Bids come out every day. And so we concentrate on our business today.
Okay, thanks.
Seeing no further questions from persons in the hearing room, we'll go to the WebEx feed. And I see that Ms. Painter's hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Marla Painter, Mountain View resident, Mountain View Community Action president. Help me understand why, if the county commission, or I don't know if it was the commission or the planning commission, but committee, but help me understand how, if they approved 166 trucks a day, this should not be taken back to them to approve the current plan for 488.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm going to have to defer to Mr. McKittrick on this, but I think we're counting apples and oranges when we're confusing number of trucks and number of trips per day, first of all. But secondly,
Yes.
So I'll let Mr. McKittrick talk about that. The point is, though, that the Bernalillo County regulates the land use. And so the conditions of the special use permit, I'm scanning them right now, do not have any limits on the number of vehicles. But I'll let Mr. McKittrick talk about what is what is the mixture of vehicles that come onto site.
Thank you. So in accordance with the operation and maintenance plan for the facility, Table 3.1 describes the vehicles that will be used on site. So it includes side loaders, 35 side loaders, for a total of 75 trips. And each trip is once in and once out. And so it's easy to get confused with trips versus vehicles. And then front loaders, a total of 45 trips, roll-offs, a total of 10 trips. This is all per day. The semi-trucks, which are taking the waste from the transfer station to the landfill, a total of 54 trips per day. And then personal vehicles, a total of 60 trips per day. So total for the facility is 244 trips per day.
Okay, what is the 488 number refer to?
The 488 number, my assumption is it's the number. So this is 244 trips defined as once in and once out. 488 would be basically either once in or once out. So it's basically twice the 244.
So 244, you're referring to 244 vehicles entering and exiting the facility per day?
And keep in mind that those are gross numbers currently under the facility's current Bernalillo County approval and Department of Transportation approval. Some of those vehicle trips are already there.
Are already where?
So the facility is currently operated. Ernie, I should let you describe this.
Thank you. So the 244 numbers are vehicles that come in one way, come in and dump. The 244 is doubling that number because they have to exit and go back out wherever they came from. So that should clarify those numbers. But included in that numbers is, I think there's 60 vehicles, personal vehicles that are coming in and out. So that is total traffic in and out of the facility during our operating hours.
So
Does that clarify?
the 60 vehicles would come in to go to work, park their car, and not leave until the end of their shift. Is that correct?
So yeah, the personal vehicles that will be on site, there are 30 total vehicles and 60 trips.
Okay, all right. So what did the county commission's approval of the use of this land? How many vehicles in and out did they approve of in their overall approval of the use of this piece of land? Is it the same amount? Did they approve of the same amount of that plan, in that plan, as currently exists in the plan that is going to be used? Did they have an accurate picture of the land use at that site, which includes the vehicles that go in and out, whether they're personal vehicles or trucks? Were they aware of the number of vehicles going in and out of that facility on a daily basis when they approved this land use?
The county does not regulate the number of vehicles that enter and exit. They regulate the type of use of the land, and the specific type of use, solid waste transfer station, was approved with certain conditions. One of the approval conditions was that the New Mexico Department of Transportation grant a sidewalk or a driveway permit. The New Mexico Department of Transportation governs the number of vehicles that are permitted on a driveway application. The department's most recent approval, and I shouldn't say approval because it was a meeting that will be followed up with documentation, based on Exhibit G, was for the number of trips set out in this permit. So I guess that's a long way of saying the county lets the New Mexico Department of Transportation determine how many vehicles are permitted on site, and the New Mexico Department of Transportation has agreed to permit this volume coming in and out, provided Universal Waste build the improvements shown on Exhibit G, which include an acceleration lane, a deceleration lane, and a left turn lane.
Okay, I'm not there, but I'm wondering if the Department of Transportation is aware that the county has never paved the shoulders on Broadway, so that every time a truck enters or exits a facility there, they oftentimes don't use the prescribed driveway, nor the lanes. They inevitably create fugitive dust. Has that been considered in the plan?
I can tell you, having been at the meeting with the Department of Transportation, number one, Universal Waste's driveway will be paved. And the fact that Universal Waste is the first entity in the area to obtain a legal driveway permit means that future driveway permits may not be granted. That's what the person from the Department of Transportation indicated. There are, as you point out, Ms. Painter, there are a number of driveways onto Broadway that are not paved. And as the Department of Transportation pointed out, those are not permitted. And so they are at, I don't know, legal risk, I guess I would say.
Which is why we don't trust any monitoring of any facility on Broadway. But, okay, second question. If there is backup now during rush hours from the off-ramp of the freeway all the way down to Rio Bravo and beyond, how do you not factor in the emissions caused by these idling trucks waiting to get onto Rio Bravo from Broadway? Is there any consideration of the backup and the air pollution caused, the extra air pollution caused by idling diesel trucks waiting? Because they're not going to make it the first left turn signal onto Rio Bravo. Has there been any, when you looked at the Transportation Department report, was there any consideration of the traffic problems on Rio Bravo and also the upcoming construction?
I think the answer to your question is yes. The Department of Transportation considered current traffic issues all along Broadway within the established parameters of how far they need to go. This design was approved in accordance with the Department of Transportation's SMA. Do I have it right? Surface something? SAMM, which is their
Surface access.
We're forgetting what the acronym stands for, but the answer is yes. Throughout this process, the Department of Transportation considered not only the current amount of traffic on Broadway, but the net increase as a result of this facility. But to answer the emissions question, as you know, this facility is not governed by the air quality control regulations or the Clean Air Act. The vehicles themselves are governed and do comply with all EPA regulations for diesel emissions.
I'm wondering if the company has been on Broadway recently and recognizes a sort of road warrior atmosphere on Broadway. High speeds, lack of, there's no adherence to traffic rules or I would say even any courtesy. And many of the people who live west of 2nd Street and also east of 2nd Street in Mountain View have to use Prosperity Avenue to get out of the neighborhood because the backup of the traffic on 2nd Street is so severe. They're allowed very short amount of time to make a left-hand turn onto Broadway off of Prosperity in order to get up to the freeway. And so a lot of people, A, ignore the red light, or B, make a right-hand turn and then make a U-turn so that they can make their way in a reasonable amount of time up to I-25. I know that nobody has looked at this situation. They're sort of, it seems they're unwilling to look at it. I'm wondering if the company has looked at, if Universal Waste has looked at this problem that we have in our community and considered the number of potential accidents that there will be given the traffic flow problems in the community.
To answer your first question, Mr. Byers has been on site for 5 years, about 18 hours a day, so I'll let him answer that.
Thank you for the question. I guess the simple answer is garbage trucks stop. We try to stay off the road during busy times. If we can't get around, we can't be productive. So the collection hours, they go out before rush hour and don't come back to the transfer station till after rush hour. So that's just an industry standard. Number one. Number two, the trucks that will be going out would be limited to very, very few. Collection trucks go out and they start at given times. And in consideration to this, we've staggered our route times. So we don't have 20 trucks coming at one time. They're staggered out for our production and for the community safety and consideration. So there's a lot of factors taken involved. So visualizing that there's going to be 20, 30 trucks in one corner, it's just not going to happen.
Okay, thank you. My last question, why does the application refer to 6 counties being serviced? And now that doesn't seem to be the case in the testimony provided today.
Just to clarify, the 6 counties are the counties in which Universal Waste has operations that they provide residential or commercial pickup service. And that's why that was in the permit, because those are the places where waste could potentially come from. As a matter of economics and emissions reduction, Universal Waste would not bring waste from Cibola County to this facility unless the Sandoval County landfill were closed for some reason. And I think that's pretty seldom. Ernie, do you want to follow up on that?
No, I think that was good.
Cibola County doesn't have its own landfill?
People here are shaking their heads. Ernie?
I guess the simple answer is when we filled out the application, we listed every place we do in business. In Cibola County, we were doing a place called Tajali. And we don't do that anymore, but at that time we did. And for transparency, we said, well, a route could possibly begin there and come back in. So we put every possible county of any type of waste generation. But as a rule of thumb, it'll be within a 15-mile radius of the transfer station where the trash will be originating from.
Okay, thank you very
Okay, Ms. Corral, are there any other persons on the WebEx feed that had questions?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer. We have Luz Jardines Institute once again. If you could please unmute yourself. I believe he's caller number 5.
Call-in user 5 is on the screen. Call-in user 5, do you have any questions at this point?
I believe he's Xavier.
I'm sorry, Ms. Corral, did you, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I believe it's Xavier Los Jardines Institute.
Oh, it's Xavier, okay.
I got muted now.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer, for the opportunity to question the applicants. I guess the first question was around the foreman piece. It says that the foreman is the sites on the ground, but there's only one for the 6 days a week operation.
Were you asking how many foremen or 4 people there will be at the facility? Is that the question?
Yeah, the application said one for the 6 days a week operation.
I'm not sure I understood the question. Did you, Scott?
I think I do. So there'll be one foreman present during operations at all time. That doesn't mean there'll just be one foreman for the facility. There may be multiple who work shifts. Is that an answer to your question?
Okay, according to that, yeah, to the application said it'd have one. It didn't say 2 or 3 or any backup. It just said we'd have one foreman when you outlined your staff roster. Is that clear?
Right. So there's a description of positions, and one of those is a foreman. So there will be a foreman present at all times, but that doesn't mean there will just be one. There may be multiple people filling that role, working different days.
Okay. Then I must have read the roster wrong. I thought you outlined the total amount of employees you expect to employ at this facility in your roster in the application. And in that application, submission, when you outlined your total employee count, you included one foreman. Just to clarify for the record.
That's correct. That's what's in table 2.2 of the operation and maintenance plan, transfer station staffing.
Got it. So there's only one as of right now listed. And again, if there is backup, it's just not clear in your application, if I guess is what we're getting to at this point. I'm ready for the next question if you all are.
I just want to clarify that the document says that table 2.2 details BTS personnel on site at any given time, and it lists one foreman. But go ahead.
Got it. Great. Thank you. Second question is there's a 15-mile radius now, right? Which it sounds like is the honey zone for waste management transfer, for the truckload of waste to be worth its value, based on cost of shipping. What sounds like, and I have a question, it sounds like 15-mile radius, it seems like the most of the operation by UWS currently is in Bosque Farms. That's relevant to that south of the facility. Is that correct? Hello?
No, sir. No, sir. We have 13 municipal contracts in New Mexico. We have a lot that are not. We do the Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandia Labs, the unincorporated area of Bernalillo County, commercials unrestricted, parts of Albuquerque, we could do open top. So it's a good variety and mixture of customers in that area.
Okay. And then relevant to that, related to that question is, based on where, I guess, one of the larger questions is, do you all see it useful? Because of right now, it doesn't seem like it's not available. Would it be useful, or do you all see purpose for there to be a better assessment? I think some of the concerns from community stakeholders is it's not clear where the waste is coming in from or where the potential market is. It's obvious that you all have that mapped out and you know where that is. It just didn't seem as transparent in the application. And I think that that's part of the concern, is that if you all know where this waste is coming from and could provide a more, accurate case as to why an overburdened community like Mountain View is the ideal location, highway, access to the base for their waste and the labs for their waste, etc. Where is that, right, for us to look at and say, to have that understanding of the value for Bernalillo County? But as for right now, and especially for the Mountain View neighborhood, but as for right now, it's kind of just open-ended. And I guess that's part of our concern about this transfer station, on top of it being in an overburdened community.
So I do understand your question and your concern. Because the permit application is regulated by the New Mexico Solid Waste Act and the New Mexico Solid Waste rules, that law and those rules don't really address your question. They're very much focused on the operation of the transfer station and the design of the transfer station, and contingency for plans for problems that may happen, and a closure plan, and some information on transportation. And so they don't really address your question, or they don't really allow the Environment Department to address that question.
Just from a legal point of view, the solid waste regulations do require that we show that the use is allowed under local zoning laws. And the number of sites where this type of use is permitted within Albuquerque and Bernalillo County is very limited.
Understood. And so I guess, let me ask you all this then, related to that, which it seems like there's a gap. Sounds like there's a regulatory gap that may or may not be beneficial for the applicant or the community. Are you all familiar, as the applicants familiar with the transfer station for the solid waste transfer station that was proposed in Mountain View on Prosperity and 2nd Street about a decade ago?
When you say familiar, we're familiar. I mean, our team is generally familiar with it. Do we have an intimate detail knowledge? I don't think so.
Got it. But what happened with that transfer station that was proposed in Mountain View? Probably just right, third of a mile, half mile or so from the current proposed transfer station.
My understanding is it is a cannabis farm. Is that right, Ernie?
Correct. Yeah, not what happened to the land. I'm saying, what happened to that permit? Was it approved?
I don't know the current status of that permit. I'm seeing head shaking at the Environment Department table. Maybe they can answer the current status, but I assume it's expired. I don't know.
That was a transfer station permit application that was submitted by Waste Management. They were going to do a dirty MRF / transfer station and accept recyclables, segregate the recyclables from the MSW and then move them on. After the hearing concluded, that permit application was taken back. It was no longer with the Solid Waste Bureau.
Got it.
Yep.
Got it. So Got it. Just wanting to make sure that I was just curious, right? If the applicants were, hey, this community has had waste transfer operators come to the community before, and we've shown up and said this is not appropriate for our backyard. And are you, the next question for the applicant is the applicant aware of the environmental justice provisions of the solid waste?
Of the Solid Waste Act or the regulations?
The regulations, the regulation.
There was a environmental justice screening tool in the administrative record. So yes, we are familiar with that.
Got it. And the section within the solid waste regs that of why you were inclined to include that EJ screen report?
So my understanding of the purpose of the EJ screen report, which was in the public involvement plan prepared by the Environment Department, was to ensure that the Environment Department, and if you would rather describe this yourselves, I think my understanding was that they were using that EJ screen report to ensure that their public notice was adequate to the public for this hearing.
So, and how was that conclusion made? How is including the EJ screen report make that benchmark adequate?
I'm going to defer to the Environment Department.
This is Danielle Baradelli. The EJ screening tool was used to identify whether or not the area had individuals that were not proficient in English, and then prompted us to make sure that we provided notice in both English and Spanish.
Got it. And I guess the EJ screen report, what I'm hearing is EJ screen report was simply pulled just for the information related to language access.
That is correct.
Is any of the other information, did NMED take into consideration the other data indices that were included in that EJ screen report for Mountain View?
Regarding transfer station permit applications, the rules do not allow for us to take any of that into consideration, or it does not include that. Yes.
Got it. And then I guess I got a question for the applicant. When you pulled that EJ screen report, I believe it was Sauter, Miller and Associates. When you pulled that EJ screen report, you made a 4-mile radius from a kind of abstract center. I wasn't quite sure how you determined that that area that you pulled the data from. I don't know if you looked at the radius you pulled, or how did you assess that was the radius to pull from, that 4-mile radius? And then how did you determine the center?
Sure, thanks. So Sauter, Miller and Associates didn't prepare that public involvement plan, and we didn't access the EJ screen report. So I'm going to ask that the Environment Department explain that.
This is Danielle again. We used the proposed facility location as the center point of that 4-mile radius.
I don't know. When I put in those quadrants, it didn't deliver me there. And also, how did you determine the 4 miles?
Well, we used a mapping tool and just put in the number 4 miles and dropped a pin on the proposed location. But I do think that it gave us the information that we were looking for. It did let us know that the community surrounding the proposed facility perhaps had some individuals that were not as proficient in English, and it did prompt us to provide notice in both English and Spanish.
Got it. And but I'm still not clear how. So you just chose the number 4. You just said 4 miles. That's what we're going to go with, just because.
4 miles, I believe, is part of our, oh,
I can actually answer that. The 4-mile radius is automatically in the EJ screen, and the EJ screen is developed by the Environmental Protection Agency, the federal agency. So it's just a tool that we use. We don't put in any parameters except for the location of the place, and EJ screen comes up with the 4 miles.
And I'm not sure. I mean, well, let me just say this. EJ Screen doesn't do anything without an operator doing it. We're very familiar with the tool. We use it on a local and national basis. There are multiple ways to pull an EJ Screen report. You can choose census tract. You can choose census block group. You can choose a custom radius. You can draw on the map and create your kid can draw just a random radius on the map. There are so many options. There is not a standard. And for the EPA EJ Screen, the EPA does not say, this is the standard. You pull this report and it's 4 miles. So I don't think you're speaking on behalf of the EPA or their tool, but I just wanted to confirm that tool is much more granular in functionality. Just to clarify for the record.
I'll go ahead and supplement in the NMAC. So we're looking at in the definitions in the solid waste. Got to get to the beginning. Hold on, where's the beginning of it? 20.9.2.7, if you look at, and I know we said the vulnerable area assessment specifically isn't done, but that's where the 4 miles comes from. So vulnerable area means an area within a 4-mile radius from the geographic center of a facility or proposed facility.
So interesting. Okay. So you are pulling some of the stuff from the vulnerability, but so how do you determine what you pull from that clause and what you don't? It sounds like some of it, like we'll do some of it, but not all of it. I'm not sure how does that work within the Bureau?
I would say that was used as a general guide, just again, to determine whether or not there were proficient English speakers in that area.
Okay. Doesn't sound consistent, just for the record, around the use of the clauses or the use of tools and the granularity, about what that's offered. I think there may have been other ways. The 4-mile radius is also really hard because, again, I don't know if you all double checked your center, but I would double check it again. I forgot where it fell for me. I'm not in front of my device. Actually, I'm in commute, but it just didn't fall on the UWS station for me when I pulled that radius. So I would just ask everyone to double check that. No further questions until public comment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Corral, is there anyone else on the WebEx feed that has questions?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, thank you. We are well into the lunch hour here. And the next item is public comment. I'm going to ask.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm sorry. It looks like Lorraine online says she has a quick question.
Lorraine online. Okay, Lorraine, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a quick question, and I apologize if this has already been answered, but my question was about the water and where is the supply coming from for operations like the dust mitigation sprinkler system? Is that from the city, or where is that coming from?
The facility has its own domestic supply well.
And is it who was, I'm sorry, I didn't know who was speaking.
Scott McKittrick with Souder Miller. I apologize.
Are you an attorney or are you?
I'm a geologist. I put together the permit application.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, no, sorry. It was kind of hard to see who was answering my questions, but okay, cool. Thanks for answering my question.
Ms. Corral, is there anyone else who has a question?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. As I was saying, we're well into the lunch hour here. I'm going to ask if there's anybody who absolutely can't come back afterwards. I know there was one gentleman who spoke to me earlier, asked to leave. He's raising his hand. I'm going to ask him to come up and make his comment. or stand up and make his comment now. And then we'll see where we are. And
My name is Carlos Martinez. Carlos Martinez. My grandparents lived in Mountain View. My parents lived there. I lived there. This transfer station is going to provide some jobs, in my opinion. I also have a trucking company nearby here. I run 30 trucks a day in the building material, business. We do probably 300 to 350 trips. These trucks come with a DEF system that helps with the pollution of diesel. But I think the real issue here is that we should be, in our neighborhood, all these homeless walking around, urinating and defecating and shooting up drugs that I can't even have my grandkids outside, but we're worried about a transfer station. I think it'll create jobs for people, and I think these people are going to do it correctly. I don't know who they are, but do we want another junkyard on Broadway? That's all I have to say.
okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. I'll give one more opportunity for anybody who absolutely can't come back. After lunch, my intent would be that we'll adjourn until 1:30, allow folks to grab a bite to eat, and we'll come back then for public comment. I don't see anybody who's raising their hand has not been able to come back, so we will recess, I guess is the right word, till 1:30.
Around if you haven't already come. It's tragic that the Environment Department expresses ignorance about the principles of cumulative impact and environmental health impacts. Instead of using the EJ screening tool as a matter of policy, realizing it's not yet statute, it could have been a guide for how to proceed with this application. But somehow it's a long road to get to enlightenment. This facility is yet another assault on an overburdened, underserved, working class community. You folks will say, but this is where the zoning is for this kind of activity. We who live in Mountain View say yes, and that is where the injustice began, and it must stop. We have just about all the waste from Bernalillo County coming through our dumps in our neighborhood. We have salvage yards, we have illegal dumps, we have it all. We don't want the waste from what we were told would be 6 counties and possibly could still be adding to our burden. We cannot bear more diesel emissions and fugitive dust generated by unpaved shoulders and unkept driveways, and our kids, as a result of this, have disproportionate rates of asthma, and our population suffers from excessive pulmonary disease, heart disease, and cancer. Our level of particulates is higher in Mountain View than any other part of the county. Inadequate air monitoring, almost non-existent regulation enforcement, and lack of oversight add to an untenable situation that cannot allow more dirty business in our community. So I ask you, why isn't there an updated traffic study? The numbers of vehicles being put on the road as a result of this business is really unclear. And it's already traffic chaos on Broadway. And where's the monitoring plan to oversee the contents of the waste? You're just going to believe them? It doesn't work that way down in Mountain View. And where's the health impact study? And why didn't you, as I said before, use that EJ screening tool to look at what we already have in the neighborhood and what the results of that industry is on our health? And why should Mountain View be the destination for the commercial waste when other counties, other areas, even if I can't believe no other area is zoned for this kind of use? And why should this company's profit rest on the backs of our community? We refuse the notion that our only 2 options for economic development are, in the words of the gentleman earlier, a waste transfer station or another junkyard. There have to be other options for us, as there are for other places in the county. Mountain View rejects this proposed project and will continue to resist more dirty waste in the community. Thanks for the hearing. Thanks for allowing the community to comment on something other than technical basis. And I hope that there's a way to get out of this mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Painter. Are there any questions for Ms. Painter? Okay. I don't see that the other gentleman has gotten back on, so we'll proceed to go to comments from people in the hearing room. And we can check back before we end the hearing to see if the other gentleman's come on. Okay, I was given a list of several people who signed up to make public comment, and we'll go to that now. And I'm just going to go down it in the order that they were listed on the sign-up sheets. The first is Genevieve Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Virtue, and addressing you and Secretary Kenny. I am the president of the Mountain View Neighborhood Association, and I would like to request extra time just to address, as a representative of the community, an extra 5 minutes, if possible.
Yeah, I will give you an extra 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am representing the residents of Mountain View and the property owners in the Mountain View community. The Mountain View community opposes United Waste Systems solid waste permit application. We are, as Ms. Painter pointed out, wanting clean, healthy, stable industry in our community. We are not wanting to be a waste station. I would like to ask NMED why a permit application would be approved in this community for trash here to go across the river on Rio Bravo. Doesn't make sense. But is this an appropriate location? Now, Mr. Cadigan has said that this is zoning wise the only place in the county. I would like to appeal that thought and think that there would be more appropriate waste transfer locations than the Mountain View community. So I'd like to address several points. One is public participation. First, I'd like to say that Danielle Baradelli has done a great job getting out the information to the community based on the regulations. What I can say is that even though the regulations were followed, public participation obviously is very limited because nobody heard about it except unless you read the newspaper or got a certified letter. I am new to this position, but the certified letters went out March 6th. I saw the permit hearing announcement on March 15th. That gave me 2 weeks before signing up as a party to the case. I missed that deadline as the neighborhood association, so I was unable to comment. Now, thank you, Mr. Virtue, for allowing questions and comments on the technical testimony, but I missed that deadline. And then I had 3 weeks to prepare for this hearing. United Waste Systems started this process in 2019 with Bernalillo County. So United Waste System or Universal Waste Systems has had 5 years to prepare for this. The Neighborhood Association has had 5 weeks to prepare for this. So outreach was totally inadequate. I did what I could, and the board of directors was active in asking questions at our last board meeting, but public participation obviously is not a big deal because of not getting the word out and not having enough time to get out. The other issue is that the hearing was set for 9:30 on a Tuesday morning. when most people are at work. So hearing from the community, the working community in Mountain View was not addressed. So I would like to propose also that the Solid Waste Bureau has a plan that was developed in 2015, and I can reference that in my notes, that allows a 60-day comment time if it's an overburdened community. I recognize it does not apply to a transfer station, but I would like to ask you and Secretary Kenny to consider that this is an overburdened community and that 60-day time frame for public comment should be adopted. Another point I'd like to make is that with regard to traffic, and I know we've talked about this a lot, but the roads and traffic in Mountain View are in poor condition. Adding this much truck traffic to the Mountain View community will only make it worse. The plan is relying on 2017 traffic study. I know there's an updated one in the works, but that's what they have to work with. But what I can say is there has been an asphalt plant and a new pilot station put on the end of Broadway, adding much traffic. There's backup issues at Rio Bravo and Broadway, and there is 2 projects on Rio Bravo slated for the county, and the Rio Bravo Bridge is going to be under construction. I would like Universal Waste Systems to consider whether or not it really makes sense if you all are going to have trucks hauling across Rio Bravo. Does it make sense for you to put a transfer station in now, given the traffic issues? The other issue I'd like to address is the health impact. Now, we know from all the comments earlier that there is no health assessment required by NMED regulations. However, we also know that Mountain View is an overburdened community with regard to soil, water, air contamination, and pollution. The EJ scope that was presented in the information shows that Mountain View has an 80th percentile or above for particulate matter, ozone, diesel particulate matter, air toxic cancer risk, respiratory hazard index, Superfund proximity, and wastewater discharge. Mountain View is an overburdened community, and I would like the New Mexico Environmental Department, who is charged with the health, safety, and well-being of New Mexico residents, to consider that in their review of this application. Finally, I would like to again reiterate the Mountain View Neighborhood Association opposes the approval of this United Waste System application. We ask you, Mr. Hearing Officer, and Secretary Kenny to deny this application, and would like to say that the residents of Mountain View have a right to clean, healthy industry, and we do not want a transfer station located in our neighborhood 3/4 of a mile from where our children go to school. And on a personal level, I don't want a transfer station 1 mile from my front door. I would like to say that Mountain View is sacred land. The ancestors and that beautiful land of Mama Pachamama is there. We need to take care of her. And I ask that the New Mexico Environmental Department honor its public duty and protect the health and well-being of the citizens of Mountain View and deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Any questions of Ms. Mitchell? Okay, the next person is David Barber, I believe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hearing Officer.
So we just swear.
My name is.
Oh, go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and identify yourselves. We'll swear you in.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and plenty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
My name is David Barber. I'm a 30-year resident of the Mountain View area. I'm one of the newcomers. I say newcomer because I live in the older part of the neighborhood, and there's houses around me that most of the neighborhood around me actually has third, fourth, sometimes fifth generation family members living in the house that their prior family members built. So it's a long time old neighborhood. 30 years, in my opinion, is a little bit new. But what I would like to talk about is, personally, I don't have an issue with the concept and the project itself. What I have an issue with is the lack of consideration for the health of the community. And I've got a list here. Yesterday morning, I was sitting there drinking a cup of coffee and got to jotting down a list. And I'd like to go through this list real quick, but Albuquerque Terminal, Marathon Terminal, New Star Terminal, Phillips 66 Terminal, these are all within the neighborhood. These are all highly flammable fuel trucks that are traveling our streets, Broadway and Rio Bravo. We've also got Admiral Beverage, US Foods, Chava Trucking, Duke City Concrete, Albuquerque Asphalt, Crane Services, Transloading Facility, which is across the street basically from the elementary school. And you talk about trucks that are hauling nasty stuff. The Cardboard Recycling Services Facility, PNG Industries, Star Paving, Roadrunner Concrete, the Albuquerque Wastewater Facility. If you've ever followed one of those sludge trucks up 2nd Street or even Rio Bravo, it's a trip. Not pleasant at all. Besides the fact of all of the septic tank pumpers that are coming in and out of that facility dumping their loads. That's usually not real pleasant either. Not to mention that the floral bouquet that comes out of that facility on occasions. The equipment rental company, Kelly Services, Champion Truss, Chaparral Materials, Ace Metals, Copart, Montesa Transfer Station, Quickcrete Cement Products, Environmental Services, Waste Management, MAFCA, Rio Grande Conservancy District, numerous tow and salvage companies, Southwest Safety Services, Kenny Brick. We've got many on-call, the miniature buses from City of Albuquerque that come to pick up people and take them to the doctor's appointments and things like that. The weekly auto auctions, school buses trying to get kids back and forth, Sagebrush Sales, all of the supply trucks that are feeding Albertsons, Walmart, Walgreens, and all of the other little mom and pop operations that are in the South Valley there. And us everyday citizens that are just trying to go buy milk or whatever it is we need to do. We've also got QCD, which used to be Ben Keith. They're a major food supplier. And then you add to that all of the construction loads that are being hauled out to the Colorado or to the Pajarito dump. Those are all traveling Rio Bravo. It's been mentioned that backups on Rio Bravo run from Broadway to the freeway. If you've ever been on Rio Bravo in the afternoon, that backup runs from the freeway past Isleta. It's not just right there to Broadway. Backups on 2nd Street are unreal because of the traffic that's on Broadway and people waiting to get on either Broadway or Rio Bravo. As was mentioned, we have several big projects coming up in the neighborhood. First being the complete reconstruction of the 2nd Street and Rio Bravo intersection. I'm talking about complete redoing. We've also got the New Mexico 500 Rio Bravo Bridge replacement. That's going to be about 18 to 24 months on that project. It starts in the spring of 2025. They're going to build a new bridge on the north side of the bridge that funnel all of the traffic onto that new 3-lane bridge and supposedly have some sort of electronic system that runs traffic 2 lanes eastbound in the morning and 2 lanes westbound in the afternoon, with the 3rd lane being the opposite direction. I'm not sure how that's going to work. And then you add to that they are going to expand Rio Bravo from Prince to Isleta and add a 3rd lane all the way down. I can't imagine any of these projects happening at the same time. Makes too much sense to start with. There's already a special use zone change application for the property that's listed, that's located at the southwest corner of 2nd and Rio Bravo. That's going to be a high residential use area. They're proposing affordable housing, and they're also proposing multi-use families, apartment complexes. You know, so we've already got a high traffic area and high concentration of vehicles up and down our roads. And as a member of the neighborhood, this just is not good. You know, as been mentioned, Mountain View has been the dumping area for the community, or for Albuquerque, since the mid 60s and early 70s. I'm old enough to remember when most of those junkyards were up on South Eubank where Costco was at. And then they wanted to start developing that area. So they decided, well, who can we pick out that's not going to complain or not have the money to fight us? Mountain View. And so all of that stuff's been shifted down to us. There is numerous industries that are dealing with toxic waste, DPC, or not, well, toxic waste, the car dismantler is one of them. That's a constant problem. But there's also toxic materials besides the transloading facility at DP Industries. They bring in train car loads of ammonia and other highly toxic chemicals that they're just about a block north of Rio Bravo on 2nd Street. You know, so we're already dealing with a huge overburden in our community. Our residents have a 12 to 15 year lower lifespan average than anybody else in Bernalillo County or the city of Albuquerque. That's largely due to the industry and everything that's been dumped on us. You know, and I kind of equate all of this traffic. I know there's been some conversation about United Services removing a lot of truck traffic off the road. But I would like to counter that with, yeah, they're probably going to remove some off the road, but they're going to funnel all of them in and out of your gate. And your gate is uphill from our community. And those toxins tend to roll downhill. And when they do roll downhill, they're going to be right on top of the Mountain View community. And, you know, no disrespect to the company. I'm all for growth. I'm all for businesses being able to do what they need to do, but it needs to be in an area that makes sense. And in a highly overburdened area, it does not make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Any questions for Mr. Barber? Okay. Laurel Silva is next.
My name is Lauro Silva. I live in the community of Mountain View. I'm the board member of the Neighborhood Association. I've been, we worked for about 8 years to deal with the environmental issues in Mountain View, where a grant from the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences. I was a principal investigator, and a bunch of people from the community of the South Valley. We incorporated a community-based participatory research network with the County of Bernalillo. At the time, it was an environmental health department. Now it's been relegated to simple office, and the University of New Mexico. And so this is part of the process that we've been looking at for many years. We had and I still have probably a little more, 33 EPA regulated facilities in Mountain View versus 4 regulated, EPA regulated facilities across the river. Although a lot of the contamination flows across the river, according to representatives from the South Valley Coalition of Neighborhood Associations. And so, again, looking at the policies that the New Mexico Governor, Richardson, implemented is to have all state agencies, governments comport with environmental justice policies. Environmental justice, in a way, is a misnomer. Basically, it is environmental racism. Racism, because the policymakers and so many of the staff snicker and laugh at us when we would make testimony. That is city, county, and state officials. This is the attitude they have because 80% plus of the residents of Mountain View are Spanish-speaking, surnamed 56% speak Spanish at home. And so this is the reason that stuff since the 1970s has been dumped in with the zoning changes that took place. Marty Chavez's administration would tell people straight up, oh, go ahead and apply for a permit outside the county in Mountain View because somebody's snickering over there at the table. Anyway, nonetheless, oh, there's another one. And so what we're looking at is the inability of policymakers to do anything. They've told me, staff has told me, they say just send it on down. We've told people send it on down to Mountain View because we don't have enough political power. And so that's looking at the foundations of how this come about. When we talk about solid waste, we're talking about increased traffic, and how many of those trucks actually are diesel. And anybody has studied diesel fumes and the particulate matter from diesel being very dangerous. We have a high rate of asthma. We have a high rate of respiratory illnesses. Our daughter is on oxygen 24/7. She has a lot of neurological developments, issues, and I'm not saying it was caused by the environmental contamination. But we have, every time I've done a volatile organic compound testing with our equipment, jet fuel is always in the air because the airstrip is right over. And when they come in for landing, they're required to release these jet fuel 30 miles out. Well, if they release 30 miles out, it still follows a contrail. I suspect they don't wait till 30 miles out because they're limited to a certain weight load when they land. That's another factor. Of course, we have the rail runner that rides right through the middle of Mountain View, right to the middle of the residential community. And we have the great big clouds. We have a great big fires, 3 great big fires of the recycling plant. So one of them took about 78 hours to put out. This is the kind of situation we have. Rail cars on the chemical factory. The rail cars used to have chlorine in there. The studies that we have found is the chlorine gas itself would be expanding for a 5-mile radius if one of those tankers blew up. One tanker. We have a kind of a Bhopal, India kind of a situation. Why? We don't need another facility such as what's being proposed. We don't need it in Mountain View. Why was it not done somewhere else? What I'm pointing out to you is that if it's been because we are vulnerable, because we don't have enough clout to be able to resist. We have fought off one solid waste facility over on Broadway that was close to Woodward, over by the railroad tracks on North Broadway. That was a few years ago. Of course, we had some allies from the University of Mexico. The golf course is right there. We had United Foods. We had some of the auto sales auctions also. So at this point, we're looking at the residents of Mountain View. We live downwind from those facilities. So why on earth would you want to place this kind of a facility that close to residents that have already been impacted so heavily in the past? Please do not allow this to happen. We have to comport with the health, environment, and equity impacts resolution that was passed by the Air Quality Control Board, Albuquerque, Bernalillo County Control Board. Why? They are the ones that have the authority and not the NMED. Not the NMED, I reiterate. I served on the Air Quality Control Board in the 1980s for 4 years. I also served on the Bernalillo County Planning Commission for 4 years. So I'm very familiar with a bunch of those things. Doggone it, I'm getting pushing 80 years old. So it's time for me to take a back seat and let some of these other younger people, and my hats off to Genevieve, to David, to Xavier, to Marla, others that have spoken out today, and I really thank everybody for that. And I thank all of you for listening carefully and trying to do your best not to do this to Mountain View anymore. Don't do it. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you as individuals, but this kind of policy cannot stand anymore. Please stop it.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Are there any questions? Or Mr. Silva? Okay, next is Magdalena Avila.
Do I say my name first and then swear?
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be true, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do. Thank you. Oh. Kind of short, but. First of all, I do want to thank this board for the public hearing, all of the comments. Just learning about a very complex process for all of the different parties. It's very, very complex. It's very challenging. And ultimately, where do we put the pendulum? Where is it going to weigh the most and have an impact in terms of lives, in terms of health, in terms of continuity, meaning generation? I think someplace in the report, it shows that this permit would be good for 20 years. A generation is considered 25 to 30 years. So it's going to take about a generation in place. I think in following up cumulatively with all the previous pro speakers in terms of Mountain View, and also acknowledging the gentleman who left early about jobs. We aren't against jobs. We need jobs. Even the industry overall just shows how we've gone down. But I think study after study is now showing, just like in this whole world of microplastics, shocked at the food that we go buy and how full of toxins it is. Well, we're talking about walking into a community that those toxins, we are the canaries. We're the canaries in the mine. We're the frontline communities that have to deal with this type of impact. Just to cite, not so much specific studies, but sources, the American Journal of Public Health, the Journal of the Medical Association, JAMA, the Lancet Journal, international publications, the Journal of Epidemiology, the Journal of Social Epidemiology, very peered science, reviewed science cases show study after study, and they're accumulating of the toxins that we take in, the pollutants, the allergies, and how industry is creating so much toxicness, we're all taking it in. We know the rates of cancer. We know that what's happening. I mean, thyroid disease. And if there's, I'm actually following up on this myself right now. I'm trying to access the most recent studies in Medicaid to look at how many people overall. I know New Mexico is one of the highest, but in the South Valley, Mountain View, number of families on Medicaid. Because one thing that you see often, just like at our house, you see the oxygen HME come around, supply companies supplying oxygen because people need it. They need it for their lungs. So we have all these type of studies, respiratory studies, looking at the elders and youth. Data from Medicaid would make it specific to people in this area. So we could actually see how many of our youth, how many of our elders are being impacted by a lot of the pollutants and toxins, the fuel that's happening. It's surprising how in all the years, some of the hasn't been updated since 95, another one said 75 for another study. Things change, maybe not the vehicles, the vehicle of or modes of contamination, but we're getting a more and more and more. So we're looking at, in addition to all of these professional studies that are coming out, also what I consider community health. We are talking to you about community health, us, and how we're being affected and how we can prevent it. It's the science of our bodies when we walk out the door. I always cite her, but Dr. Krieger out of the University of Harvard, one of the leading social epidemiologists in the country, actually invited her to try and come out. But she shows in all of her studies how our bodies take in all these toxins. And when you open the front door in the morning and walk out, how they interact with us is essential. So that gets back to what tools can we use? And there's one thing that I did appreciate earlier that was stated about going into the regulatory gaps. There's a lot of regulatory gaps to protect all of us, even the workers in industry, because we do need jobs, but we need to protect our workers as well. And in addition, it's like, if I were to fault anything, and in looking at your whole technical report and the different reports that were put out there, I don't feel enough community action was taken, involving community. We're not the enemy. We're just trying to defend and use the tools at our access, tools that don't cost tons of money. A lot of our volunteer work, if that were to transfer into, the value of work itself. So we're really trying to not only take action for our communities, but all of the little cultural communities across New Mexico. This is going to keep going on and keep going on and going on. Cultures are disappearing. Our ways of life are disappearing. Farming is disappearing. What do we need to do in terms of regulatory and addressing regulatory gaps to protect our way of life? It's really important. It's like they say, my way, your way of living is my way of dying. When industry comes, what is happening to me? And how am I going to react to that? So just really, really important to look at all of these gaps. And last, but certainly not least, the challenges in making something so participatory that how do we make it literacy level understanding? Majority of educational level in New Mexico, majority, it's about 8th grade. Nationwide, it's about 5th grade, 8th grade, around there nationwide. New Mexico is even lower than that, but it's like, how do we get people to understand? How do we involve them? We need to. That's our responsibility as responsible, dutiful citizens to bring them into this democratic process. So again, just looking at studies, looking at the community science, which comes from us and what we see, addressing regulatory gaps, and certainly last but not least, is to implement and the whole plan of health impact assessments. Those are so essential of formal health impact assessment they've done throughout the world can take anywhere from 1 year to 3 years because it's using primary data. You go around and collect it. But if you use secondary data, you can do it within 6 months. You can do a health impact assessment report from 3 to 6 months, as has been done in Mountain View. Okay, so I think just very importantly, I do not support the industry by universal waste as it is proposed. I do want jobs for people, but I want their children to go up healthy and not carry that burden. So we really need to go back as scientists, policy scientists, community scientists, legal scientists, all of us go back and look, how can we do this in a better way? In a better way that we come together. You know, in reading the report of universal waste, the networking, bringing people, I didn't see that. I read the language. There's no way that it involved us. And I'm just, because as this is a representative table, New Mexico Department of Environmental Health, same thing. We have so much work to build and build while not taking away. And I see that as my lifetime responsibility as a public health person, professional. I will never stop working for the public health, whether it's for your communities or mine. And right now it's mine. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Avila. Any questions of Ms. Avila? Okay, next person is Mark Blackburn.
Hi, my name is Mark Blackburn. I'm the president of Universal Waste, the owner of Universal Waste.
I want to swear him in.
Do I have to swear?
Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Other hand.
Right hand?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
So you just had a mouthful. And first of all, I don't think you're silly at all. I respect every one of you for being here and caring about your community the way you do. It means everything right here. And I tell you that, and it's a God honest truth. If I thought I was bringing anything here, it would hurt you. I wouldn't do it. But I think if you look at everything we've got going, some of the things that we do in our company. First of all, I have my 3 boys and my daughter all work for the company. We're privately owned. We're not owned by a corporation. We're owned by people. And they all work in the business. They drive trucks. They work in the facilities. They all know how to operate equipment. And as they've grown older, now they're moving into other parts of the company. But we've gone through what you've gone through. I mean, we worked hard our whole lives, started with nothing to get where we are today, and taking and helping our employees along the way. So when you say, I mean, I do care about you. And I promise you, if I didn't think this was better for the community, I'd just walk out and say, let's just not do it. But it is, I think it is better because and I think it'll help your community. We start cutting down on truck trips. We have to start looking to the future. To get better, you have to change. You have to do things to the future. And so with our company, and I'll say things that I wasn't really going to come here to talk about today, but we are very involved in natural gas to get rid of those diesel particulates. We've already got a couple natural gas trucks here now. Problem in New Mexico is we don't have the infrastructure to fuel those trucks yet. So we're working on that. And we do have fuel now to our yard. And so natural gas is a big help. We're now, if everybody reads the paper and listens to the news, we're going to have to be electric by 2035, which is another big deal. It's a good deal. We support that because of exactly the communities that you live in. I had no idea of all the businesses until you started bringing up all those businesses. And you got some pretty huge industrial type businesses here. Our transfer station is just trash. And I know people think, I always say, it's coming out of your house, not my house. It's not mine. I'm just here to pick it up for you and take it and dispose of it in the best way I possibly can. What's the best way right now in New Mexico? It's to landfill it. I'm not a believer of landfilling everything. I think we could recycle a lot more. And that has to go on higher up in the state itself. But we should be recycling more. We should be running natural gas. We should have electric trucks. We should do all these health concerns. And that's going to happen with or without us being here. But I think we need to really look at the big picture here. And that's one of the reasons we're here. We're hoping to help this state do that. And so we have now have 13 contracts here. Our service, you could check us out. I mean, we're very involved with the community, jobs, jobs, and jobs. We try real hard, and we talked about this. Ernie brought it up, jobs in your communities. And that's our number one goal. We can't tell someone that needs a job they can't have a job, but we can try to get the people in this community to work here. It's closer to work. So when I see and I hear all your problems that you have, I can see that. I don't think we'll be adding to your problems. I think we'll be adding to help you. And I know you probably think, oh yeah, that's what anybody would say, but I really believe we can. And I know you're talking from your heart. I'm talking from mine. I want to make it better. Everywhere we go, everywhere we've gone here, we've made it better. We're in the East Mountains. Call up a couple of the city representatives in the mountain and talk to them about what we've done since we've been there. Talk about jobs, talking about helping them. They couldn't afford rate increases there. So we split the cost of living with them, and we did things that we do. And that's what we try to do here. We're not going to come in and as far as off-road, and these folks will never have to come to us worrying about us not living up to our permit. They'll have to come to us to check on us, but we check on ourselves. We run a professional company run by my family and myself. That's why I'm here today, because I want to make sure you understand what we're all about too. And so we will do 100% by our permit. We'll take care of our permit. We'll have good equipment. We take good care of our employees. Our employees make more money here than any other waste hauling company I know. Benefits, health insurance, it's a big part of health. And when I go out in the morning, I have the same problem. I'm smelling the air we're all bringing here. We want to try to make it better. So I would just ask you to look at the other side too, because I sure look at yours, and I do respect you guys a lot. So thanks for coming out. And does anybody have any questions for me? I started in a trash truck with my dad when I was like 7 years old. No, it was in California. Yeah. So we're in California, Arizona, New Mexico. We've been in New Mexico since 2017. And we've done a lot here, and we want to do a lot more here. And I wouldn't mind being part of your group if you'd have us. And if there's ways that I could help you and be a part of the community and move on and try to get some of these things taken care of for you. But anything coming in and out of our facility, we will have the right roads. We will make sure our drivers turn the right way, and make sure that we do the best we can for, we didn't invent what's happened here, but we can do the best we can if we come here, if you allow that, if we get voted in to build this facility. So you won't have particulates coming out of the building. I use this as an example. We have one facility that it took 10 years to get. And we went through this, and I understand it. I feel the same way, because not all operators, you can't trust all operators. They don't do a good job, some of them. All they care about is money. They don't care about people. That's the difference with us. We care about people. And yeah, we have to make money too, because we have to be able to pay our people. But if you do it the right way, so we've had this facility for 4 years, and I cross my heart, hope to die. We have never, and this does 1,500 ton a day in an industrial area, and houses are a lot closer than yours. We have never had a complaint from the state, the local city, not one resident and not one business. And I stand up here and swear to you that that's a true story. Because why? We clean it every day. When you drive by there, you can't even tell what we do there. You'd see trash trucks during the day because that's what we do. But if you go by there on a Saturday afternoon, you think you're just another industrial building. Because if you clean it, if you haul it in and you haul it out. I think somebody here talked about, is there enough room to store all this trash? We're never going to have 1,200 tons of trash in there. It comes in and it goes right out. It comes in, it goes right out. So you don't have to worry about the odors, because it's just like dumping a bin. You dump a bin and you go on. You just dump it, get it in the truck, and it goes to the landfill. So once you are educated on how they work, they do work very well. You just have to do it the right way. So Anyway, there's no more questions? From anybody? Thank you.
Patients for the water. Heard an Air Force Waste and said, yeah, that transportation separate this. That part of your contract.
We don't know. We don't, I mean, we don't have them as part of it now. Or are you saying not to take their trash?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could do that. Yep. Now, let me ask you this. What if they're in a bad situation and they don't have any other place to take it? We don't have any specific thing that we can't talk about. We don't have any specific agenda as far as what trash is coming in. We have our own. But I think that's something we could talk about. Yeah.
They have some very different. I have some citizens. On the other hand,
So I got you. I didn't realize okay, you don't, because of what's in their trash, you don't want it to come here. Then I think we could do that. Absolutely. Right. I don't think, not necessarily that I think their trash is bad. I don't know what they put in there. I mean, those facilities are pretty regulated and they usually do things the right way. But if you thought that would be something that would harm the community, I wouldn't want to bring anything here to harm the community. We want to bring solid waste, trash out of your trash cans, the restaurants, the grocery store. We don't want to have any hazard. We have no hazardous waste, and we're not going to be picking through it. And we're not going to be recycling it. So it's, yeah.
No, that's the.
No.
It's. This kind of large operation is not better. So. See. So. So. So I understand. And I have serious questions about them. We should even have, why don't they just take it away?
Well, then you just add a whole lot more miles, a lot more diesel burning, a lot more particular, matter. So you got trucks on the road all going long haul and not carrying enough. And that's the trade-off.
Your trash.
That's common. Everybody feels that way, obviously. But I think if you do it right, and I don't even think you'd know we were there if we could just build it, because you drive by and you wouldn't even know it. So.
And what was it? You have anything about expanded like this?
I did the math while we were sitting here, and we're talking about 400, 600 truck trips. You know what it really boils down to? Even if we did all 1,200, it's 13 trucks in and out an hour is all it is. 13 trucks in 60 minutes. It's not, that's an average, right? You don't know exactly, because you might have one truck come in with 10 tons, one truck come in with 4 tons. But if you just take the average, that's all it is. And so over a day's time, it's not that impactful. But I can see where it sounds like it if you say, well, there's 1,400 trips or whatever. So. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Janet Garcia. I think she was back there. I don't see her. Okay. Maria Globus, am I saying that right? Nope, she had to leave, okay. Angeline Otero. Angeline Otero. Okay. Carlos Martinez signed up. He already spoke. He had to leave. So that covers everybody on the list. Is there anyone else that wants to make a public comment? Anyone else in the hearing room? Okay. Ms. Corral, is there anybody on WebEx that has requested to make a public comment?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I do not have anyone in the chat wishing to make a public comment, and Xavier has not joined us, so I think we're good.
Okay. Okay, thank you for
I
that.
am here now. I am here now.
Was that Xavier?
That's correct, with Los Sardinas Institute.
Okay, you may proceed.
Mr. Hearing Officer, if we could ask him to maybe get closer to his microphone. I think the court reporter's having a hard time.
Okay, yeah, yes. Can you speak up, get closer to the mic?
Yeah,
Some
can you all
folks
hear
are
me better
having
now?
trouble hearing you.
Am I better now? Hello?
Yes,
You can hear me now.
Yes.
yes.
Okay, excellent. Again, I'll be sworn in. My name is Xavier Barraza. I do environmental and economic justice coordination with Los Sardinas Institute, located in the South Valley.
Mr. Hearing Officer, have you been sworn in already?
I don't recall you were sworn in.
I don't recall being sworn in either.
Yeah, okay, let's swear you in.
You have your picture up?
No, I don't. I'm calling off my cell phone. WebEx didn't allow me to download the platform, so I'm calling in via call-in user.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead.
I'll go ahead and swear you in. Please raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
yes, I do.
Thank you.
May I
I'm
begin?
not sure if you were on when I announced it. The public comments are limited to 5 minutes.
That's fine. That should be plenty of time. I'm ready when you are.
You may proceed.
Okay, again, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer, community members, of course, and then the applicant. You know, I think this is why we gather, because this moment hasn't happened. We don't hear from each other. Just a little background on Los Sardinas. Los Sardinas is an organization that continues a long legacy of organizing here in the Valley, Middle Rio Grande Valley, Southern Tiwa Territory, for environmental and economic justice, and just for us to be healthy and well, and to be able to exercise our rights. And so we've done that since the inception of the Environmental Protection Agency, not as Los Sardinas Institute, but through other formations, and that includes our current directors and our current leadership. So we have worked with every regional administrator our leadership has since that inception. So we take these issues of the environment and public health and welfare very seriously, and have so for many decades, if not in this formation, then in others. So, you know, we were asked to do an analysis of the permit, and we appreciate the comments from the owner. One of the concerns we saw was right off the bat was just the Google reviews. The consumers don't feel the same as the ownership. And that's just off Google review, right? So just wanted to put that on the record, and hopefully some of those can be put on. Everything from management of the, service at the homes, to payments, to proper communications and notifications, all that's in the Google review comments. So I'll just bring that up because we were trying to find that track record that we want to lean into for these companies. And again, with all due respect, you know, I was thinking, you know, we were contemplating, you know, how do we approach this? We've approached solid waste transfer stations and waste landfills throughout our state for many, many generations. And sometimes we're shocked that similar proposals are made, but then we understand the reality, which is that the zoning and planning is predicated upon inequity, and it's not in the best service of solid waste managers or operators. It's not in the best service of community, of the county, of the municipality. Unfortunately, like many comments have said, our zoning and planning administration has grave inequities that are causing these facilities, like David Barber mentioned, dozens and dozens, and he left many of them off, to be concentrated in one area, which is really bad for public health outcomes, environmental outcomes, economic outcomes, across the board. And so I won't have to say that again, but I did want to reiterate that the best available data says that, you know, it's not a, you know, it's kind of how David Barber said, you know, there's facilities and industry that we have in this world. And that's a given. But what we're talking about is a whole nother layer of analysis that Mr. Virtue, actually, you were the hearing officer for initially for that health equity and environmental impacts regulation, that shows that there's just incredible gaps that no matter how well managed a facility like this is done, when it's done on top of several decades, if not over 100 years, because that's when the railroad came in and started dismantling the agricultural community in Mountain View and the South Valley, that you can't fix one injury with another. And so it's not only about the quality of this permit application, it's just the context and the conditions on the field and in the landscape in Bernalillo County, and the fact that there are grave inequities as the largest county in the state. We're the most populated county in the state, and we have a lot going on here, and we're going to have more going on, including in Mountain View and in the South Valley. So just at the beginning, at the onset, Los Jardines Institute has no support for this permit in any of its forms, not because of the company itself or the permit itself, though we found many flaws with the permits, inconsistencies, 5 a.m. start, 6 a.m. start, the truck count was off, right, or it kept changing as the situation developed. But because of the social, environmental, and economic context in which this community is in. So if we allow a concession, even for maybe UWS, it just continues to aggravate and exacerbate the problems in Mountain View. And so there's no way that we can allow more heavy industry to move in without proper remediation and restoration and addressing of the underlying environmental, economic, and social concerns. And so if really the call to action here for NMED is to go back to the drawing board and really take a look at how counties can manage their waste based on the market and where it's coming in, and actually have assessments that are good for the political boundary or for the way that market is managed. And then for our companies, you know, we need folks who are actually going to take a look at the social, environmental, and economic context you're operating in. For instance, just to pull the EJ screen, but not include anything but Spanish, how many people speak Spanish, isn't consistent with the methodology of how you prevent social, environmental, and economic burden by using that tool. So a part of that comment is we hope that the hearing officer would ask these parties to scratch the entire EJ screen outside of the language access data, because that data should not be included. If it's not being referenced, it shouldn't be included. And so that should all be redacted from the record, because if it's not going to be integrated into the analysis, it shouldn't be present in the application. And that's a misuse of that data. It's a tokenization of that data. And our final comment, again, is that there's major work for the county. The county's trying to revamp this area. They're trying to bring in clean industry, residential. They're trying to clean up all of the contaminated sites. And so what we need is people who are going to step up and work with us based on the plan that the community has, because the community has a vision. And as of right now, it does not include further heavy industry. It includes things that foster health and well-being, and that's just not what this situation is bringing us. And so thank you for your time.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you, Xavier, for your comments.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I do believe that Lorraine online has indicated she wants to make a comment.
Lorraine. Good, I'm getting a crick on my neck here. Uh, Yeah, I see. it.
Hello?
Does Lorraine want to make a public comment?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's me.
Mr. Hearing, yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, we just got a chat. She's
Okay.
requested to speak.
Okay, please proceed, Lorraine.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Villegas. I'm 38 years old. I represent southeastern New Mexico. I was born and raised in New Mexico proudly, and this is home. This is where I'm rooted. And
Lorraine, excuse me, we need to swear you in before you make your comments.
okay,
Do you have your monitor working?
a monitor. I don't have a monitor.
Like your camera?
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm actually in the field working right now, but let me. It's not, for some reason it's, oh, there we go. Oh, wait. Okay.
And can I also have your last name?
Villegas, Villegas.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
So, my entire life, I feel like New Mexico has been a magnet for anybody that has anything to do with waste. It's like, we have waste, let's ship it to New Mexico. It's like, before I can even grasp what's happening, the next day there's something else that I have to pay attention to. And I see these markets that are created for waste, and it's very profitable. And I see that the people who are supposed to be protecting our state of New Mexico keep passing these things. And it's like, because we have a hearing and because there's a whole process, it doesn't mean that we're going to be immune to any releases. I mean, how many permits have been approved in New Mexico and how much contamination exists in New Mexico? It doesn't stop anything. And some of the things I heard tonight from some of the speakers, I know we can't keep playing hot potato with any form of waste, whether it's nuclear or solid waste, anything. So we have to think of realistic solutions here. And instead of fighting each other, we really should be working together. And like one of the things that I heard today is about recycling and how that's a solution, when that is not true whatsoever. That recycling is a scam created by the oil and gas industry so that we can keep producing single-use plastics. Anybody can look this information up. So we're going to always be creating these markets for waste and dumping it on people like New Mexico. So I just want you guys to know that it's seen and it's recognized. And I feel like if we really wanted solutions, then markets would be made the same way that we would create markets for waste and profit off of them, because most of the time the people get a job, and we also get environmental hazards that are associated with the waste that have been brought. I mean, if we're lucky enough to stay healthy throughout it, but people profit, and most of the time taxpayers have to pay for when there's a breach too. I mean, look what happened at WIP. Yeah, of course, like, it's not that bad. Whatever happened, that it wasn't that bad, but I guess people have a lot of money to forever pay for these things when things go bad. I mean, I know this is a locally owned, it sounds like a really good company, but when you think about all the things that New Mexico has already had to say, okay, yeah, I guess we'll give it a shot. Like, we're tired. We're tired of this already, you guys. Like, can we have a break? Can we have time to wrap our head around the things that happened yesterday before we start accumulating more things to take on? So that's just what I'd like to say. God bless everybody. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for that. Ms. Corral, has anybody else requested to make a statement?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I don't see anyone else in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'll ask one more time, anybody in the hearing room wish to make a public comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to the point at which we close this hearing and arrange for post-hearing submittals. Mr. Cadigan?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. May I just ask three questions of Mr. McKittrick to follow up on some things? As part of rebuttal.
Yes, you may.
Mr. McKittrick, you've already been sworn. There was, I think Mr. Dyer mentioned something that I thought was an Irish bar, the Dirty Murph. Yeah. Can you explain what a Dirty Murph is and contrast it to what Universal Waste is considering?
MRF is a materials recycling facility, and a dirty MRF is a facility that takes unsorted recyclable materials. So here in the city of Albuquerque, you have a big blue bin, and you put everything in it, plastics, papers, aluminum, cans, the whole, everything that's recyclable goes into it. And then that material is taken to a facility where all that recyclable material, as well as potentially others, normal solid waste, is sorted into, to separate it so it can be processed and recycled eventually. That's very different than what Universal Waste Broadway Transfer Station is proposing to do. They will be accepting no recyclable materials. They will be doing no on-site sorting. All they'll be doing is taking municipal solid waste, collecting it, transferring it into larger vehicles to be transported to the landfill.
Thank you. And Mr. Lauro raised a concern concerning special wastes, radionuclides, nuclear contaminated material from Kirtland or Sandia National Laboratories. Would this facility be authorized or ever take any kind of special wastes like that?
No, this facility doesn't seek that approval, and it would never be approved even if they did. And so the facility will be working hard to keep special waste and hazardous waste out of the waste stream. And in the event that it does show up at the facility, they've got a contingency plan to address that waste and handle it in an appropriate manner, get it removed offsite and disposed of appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Aronofsky. Nothing else. Thanks.
Okay. I guess, yes.
I have a letter from a resident that I got you submitted, and I can't find it right now, but it's in here. Can I do that?
Yes, you may. I think that, Ms. Carl, what's the best way to get a letter in the record? Should they mail it to you, or do you have a scanner? Can you scan it and email it to the hearing clerk?
I can.
Yeah.
Ms. Corral, what would be the best way to get a letter to you?
I think it should be fine if she emails me the letter, or she could also go to the portal that we have in the document matters page. I think you could also put an attachment there. So either or.
Okay. Also, I think you all, I'm not sure who requested the board minutes for the Neighborhood Association board meeting to be submitted, and I have those electronically. They have not been approved by the board, but I do have those. Should I also submit those to Ms. Crowell?
I would, yes, submit those the same way if you would.
What's the deadline on that submission of the board?
Yeah, I was just going to develop one. I will give you till Friday to get those submitted.
Thank you.
Okay. So just as a reminder, people can submit written comments for the record. And I'll leave that open until Friday also for anyone else who's been at the hearing or sat through it and wants to submit something in writing. We'll leave we'll leave the record open until Friday. Other than that, I don't see any reason to hold the record open for any other reason. So unless someone has a position otherwise,
April 26th, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Pardon me?
Would that be the 26th of April?
That would be Friday, the 26th of April for written comments. The record will be held open for that purpose and that purpose only.
Your
So-
Honor, this is Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, Mr. Maxwell.
Could you clarify the time on Friday this would be due?
Well, close of business Friday, which is 5 PM Friday. Close of business.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I think that gets us to post-hearing submittals and discussion of timelines on that. We've got a couple of choices here in terms of how to proceed. The court reporter has informed me she can have the transcript ready by May 8th. And so we could start the timeline for submission of post-hearing submittals from that date, or alternatively, we could start it from the time that the WebEx recording is filed, which should be usually is tomorrow or the next day. That would, so the question I have for the parties and the other participants, is there any preference for that? The reason I give you the option is that the transcript is usually, in my experience, a little bit easier to cite from, and to go back through the WebEx recording and try and cite from that. So it'd be a little bit of a delay in getting the submittals in, but be a little bit easier to get done. If we did that, I think the deadline for the secretary's decision would be around August, on or about August 21st. I haven't done a specific calculation. If we did it the other way, went off the WebEx, I think the deadline would be around August 4th or 5th. So I'll open the floor for expression of preferences for which process to use.
So, Mr. Hearing Officer, I would suggest that maybe if we use the date that the transcript is actually submitted as the beginning, 30 days, not later than May 8th. So if it gets submitted earlier, you can get going.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Ms. Engelman and I could work together on a proposed set of stipulated findings of fact and conclusions of law.
That would be fine with me. If you could-
That works
Are
for
you
us.
okay?
Yes,
Is Ms.
absolutely.
Engelman okay with the date that the transcript is filed no later than May 8th?
Yes, absolutely.
And you're certainly welcome and encouraged to submit joint findings, and the other participants are welcome to submit post-hearing submittals as well. There's a schedule of various filings and responses after the proposed findings it's in the rule, so you can find that in the administrative code if you choose to submit that or to submit any of those items. So we'll start the timeline running from filing of the transcript to be no later than May 8th. All the timelines will be governed by the existing timelines in the existing rules. And with that, unless there is anything else to come before the hearing, I will adjourn the hearing. The hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.